Morning, chat. Morning. How is everybody doing today? One second. One second. There we are. Hope everybody can see me. I'm sure you can. And I hope you're all ready to settle in because today is our Outlaws of Thunder Junction set review. So we're probably going to be sat here for like 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours it usually takes. I really need to work out some music or something to have on in the background, some ambiance, so that people don't just have to listen to me talking for 7 hours. But yeah, this is probably going to be us sat here for the next several hours, looking through all of the new cards. I'm pretty sure this is all the new cards. I mean, the set comes out, the pre-release is next Saturday. So, I'm pretty sure all the cards have been spoiled, and I'm pretty sure we got them all. Again, my partner isn't particularly savvy when it comes to Magic. He's only been playing for just since I got here, so just over a year. He's the one that goes and collects all the cards and puts them into a folder and helps me set all this up so that I don't get a chance to look through them all. Now, I will say, this time round, I did have some of my friends on Discord tag me and spam me with some messages from some of the new cards. So I have seen a couple. I've also seen Oko, although I don't really remember what he does. So yes, I have seen a couple of the new cards, but I don't remember exactly what they do. I didn't, sit there and go through whether I think they're good or not or anything like that. So this is going to be a first-time reaction to like 260 out of the 270 cards, and then 10 of them I will have seen before, but I won't have committed to memory. So, or talked about or decided what I think about them in draft at all. All I can say is, also, I've got a giant bottle of Coke today to try and get me through this. Last time I almost lost my voice. So, right. Let's start with the first card in the first... Oh my god. Come on, camera. First card in the first colour, which is white. And it's another round. So, 3 double X. Exile any number of creatures you control, then return them to the battlefield under their owner's control, then repeat this process X more times. So this is just board flicker. A board flicker for 3 isn't terrible, depending. If you've got a bunch of enter the battlefield effects and you can trigger them all again for 3, it can probably be pretty good. I don't know what enter the battlefield effects there are in this set, but I don't hate this card. I'm just debating, because it would be 5 to do it twice, right? Because this triggers once when you pay the 3. 5, it repeats the process 1 more times. Is it 4? Yeah, 7. So it's +2 every time to repeat the process another time. So, are there any enter the battlefield effects that we can think of currently in Standard that would win you the game if you repeated them several times? Because I know, thinking about it, the only white card I can think of that has an enter the battlefield effect that people use regularly is that dog, the 2-mana enchantment dog that lets you draw a card, and that's not going to win you any games. It's nice, but do you care? And then I suppose there's the 2-mana that lets you draw planes from your deck. But again, that's sort of incidental value. A lot of enter the battlefield effects are sort of incidental value. They're not winning you the game. Although, I guess you could run this with a Traxxer, right? Because the Traxxer's got white in her cost. So you could technically use this. I mean, I don't know why I'm thinking about it in Standard. What do I think about it in Limited? I think if there are very good enter the battlefield effects, let's say there's like a 1/1 that summons a 5/5 or something, or a 4/4 or whatever. If you've got like a couple of those and you, for 3, bounce all of them and then get an extra bunch of 4/4s, anything that is like a low statted creature that comes with a high statted token, bounce a bunch, bounce them all, get a bunch of extra 4/4s, do it a couple of times. It's not awful. Like, I don't know if I'd be excited to run this card. Like, I don't think I'm first picking this card, unless when I look through the white, there's a bunch of it. But I think if I've got some really nice Enter the Battlefield effects, I think I'm alright picking this thing up. Like, I'm not upset that this is my rare if I have some good Enter the Battlefield effects. So yeah, I don't mind this card. I'm not like blown away by it or anything, but I think it's fine. The Archangel of Tithes. I think this one was shown to me. 4 mana for a 3/5 flyer. I'm already all about this card in Limited. As long as Archangel of Tithes is untapped, creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 1. Okay. As long as Archangel of Tithes is attacking, creatures can't block unless their controller pays 1. This is just gross. This is disgusting, right? It has to be. You're losing on the board. You keep it untapped so your opponent can't do anything. As soon as you have enough creatures, you just swing. Like, your opponent has to leave up mana to block, or else they're gonna get fucked. Like, you'd have to be losing by like a lot. Because if your opponent wants to attack you on their turn, they're going to have to be paying the mana. And then if they want to block, they're probably not going to have the mana. I think this card's good. I mean, it's a 4 mana 3/5 flyer. It's good in Limited. The extra text underneath just makes it really good in Limited, I think. I'm going to say a solid I personally believe. Like, it's just... Yeah. It's just, it stops your opponent attacking you if they don't have the mana, unless they don't play anything and just attack with creatures and use the mana to attack you. But then that stops them from building the board. And if they ever tap out, they can't block anything and you can just swing out. Like, yeah, this is good. I think this is good. Well, this is definitely good. It has to be. Armored Armadillo. A 1 mana 0/4 with Ward 1. Right. And for 4 mana, it gets +X/+O, so it becomes a 4/4. It's okay. It's a nice defensive creature, I guess. Usually white wants to be aggro. Well, white comes in 2 flavors, full control or full aggro. So this is more of a controlling card, I feel like, because on turn 1 there's much better things mono white or white can do with aggressive usually. Again, we'll have to see the rest of the set. But I mean, it's like a 1 mana 0/4 with Ward 1. This is hard to get through. I don't think you're punching through this early. I think it just sits there and blocks. And then it can be a 4/4 later. I don't mind this card. Yeah, I don't mind this card at all. Is it good? Probably not. But I think this is nice if you just need something defensive. Yeah, I'm okay with this card. I don't think it's great in an aggressive deck, but I think it's nice defensively. Like, 4 mana to make it a 4/4 is... Like, I guess in Limited you're probably going to have 4 mana spare at some point, but, like, how much do you care? Avian Interrupter. What? Okay, 3 mana for a 2/2 with flash and flying. It's already pretty good. When Avian Interrupter enters the battlefield, exile target spell, it becomes plotted. Its owner may cast it as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost. Spells your opponent casts from graveyards or from exile cost 2 more to cast. So... So this is when your opponent plays a spell, you play this in response, exile it, it becomes plotted. So your opponent can play it again on a later turn, but it costs 2 more. That's what this is. That's what this says. Bit round and about way to say it, but that's what this says. What do I think of that? I think that's probably that's really really good. I imagine. Like it's a 2/2 flying flash creature that comes down in your opponent's turn and screws them. Because if they've used all their mana to play whatever the card is, you go, nah, I'm right, thanks. It gets exiled and they can play it later without paying its mana cost. Oh wait. Cast as I say, without paying its mana cost. Oh, so they don't. Spells your opponent cast from graveyards or from exile cost 2 more. So, without paying its mana cost, but it does cost 2. I still think it's good. First of all, they can't play it on that turn. They'd have to wait until next turn. It's just tempo. It's just good tempo. But it also stops your opponent from casting cards from their graveyard or from exile, which is nice. But yeah, I'm assuming that would mean all plotted cards now cost 2 because they're being cast from exile, but you don't have to pay their mana cost. But this is an extra cost rather than the initial mana cost. So it would mean all plotted cards for your opponent now cost 2. I think so. But yeah, this is a good card. And this is another... No, this isn't good with the bounce thing because the bounce thing is sorcery, so... And we're still looking for a card that's good with the bounce thing, but we haven't seen any good enter the battlefield effects yet. But I like this card. I think this card is good. It's good tempo in white, which is, you know, an aggressive colour. So yeah, this is pretty good. Bounding Felidar, 6 mana. When Bounding Felidar attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. You gain 1 life for each of those creatures. Saddle 2. Tap any number of other creatures you control with total power 2 or more. It's crew. This mount becomes saddled until end of turn. Saddle only as a sorcery. It's bad crew. Sorry. Should reiterate. It's bad crew. Okay. Interesting. First look at saddled. We saw plot as well. I think I've seen plot, as I said, in one of the cards people were asking in my Discord chat for me, or my friends in Discord were asking me to react to. What do I think of saddled? What do I think of saddled? I think it's okay. I mean, this one specifically is... this is very expensive. But very expensive is fine in limited. Like, I don't know. It's a 6 mana 4/7. And then when it attacks, everything on your side of the field gets bigger, including the things that saddled it, so it doesn't matter. So these will be... Like... And you gain life. That's a good effect. Sort of like white... Not very good overrun on a creature. I don't know. I think this is a bit too expensive. Like... I think it's a bit too expensive, at least. Maybe it's not. 1 second, I'm just gonna... Yeah, I think it's a bit too expensive. But it's hard... Yeah, no, it's probably not good. Because again, you have to play this for 6, wait a turn, because it doesn't have haste or anything. And then the following turn, you have to tap 2 creatures with power 2 or more to saddle this thing, to attack... To give everything you attack, to give everything you control +1/+1 and gain some life. I mean, it depends what's in the set. This could be the biggest thing in there. It's the biggest thing we've seen. But like, I'm not overwhelmed with this card. I'm just kind of... Maybe it's a good board stall breaker. Like, you and your opponent both stall the board. You're sat there. You can't really get any attacks. You play this, crew it, swing. All of your stuff gets bigger. Your opponent has to kill this. Or they're just going to get bigger. You get a bunch of life for it. Like, it's not terrible. 6 mana is a lot. Especially in white. Unless you're playing white control, and then why do you want this? But in limited, games go longer. So you're more likely to get to this card in things like draft and limit and, you know, whatever, the sealed and all the rest of it. I'm gonna give it an to not very good. Bovine Intervention. 2 mana, instant, destroy target artifact or creature. Its controller creates a 2/2 white ox. This is good. This is really good. For white? Is white the new black? 2 mana, instant speed removal. Sure, it leaves behind a 2/2 white ox, but who cares? This is gross. Yeah, this is really good. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is really good. I mean, it's 2 mana instant speed removal in white. White always like instant speed removal in white always leaves something behind, but usually at 2 mana like this, instant speed, it's rare. Like, what do we have? God, there was the 2 mana destroy target creature or planeswalker. Its controller investigates. So you got a clue. There was one in the last set that was a 2 mana like get lost. Yeah, get lost. 2 mana destroy something. Your opponent gets a couple of map tokens. This is 2 mana destroy something. Your opponent gets a 2/2. This is great. Uncommon as well. This is really good. You could have a couple of these in your white deck. This is really good. Yeah, this is very good. Very, very good. Bridled Bighorn. 4 mana for a 3/4 with vigilance. And whenever it attacks while saddled, I create a sheep token. Saddle 2. It's okay. Its stats aren't great. Like 3/4 for 4. Vigilance is nice. And you need to pay 2 creatures or 2 power into it to get 1 power out. But that means every couple of turns it pays for itself. White likes tokens, assuming that they're going to be doing something with the tokens. Again, this isn't an enter the battlefield effect. This is an attack. So that the weird white spell at the start is still not doing anything with these cards. But I don't hate this card. I think it's just a out of 10. It's not all inspiring. I'd probably play one maybe if I had to. It's like my 22nd card. But, you know, it's not bad. Claim Jumper. Okay. 3 mana, 3/3 vigilance. Always good. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for a plains and put it onto the battlefield tapped. Then, if an opponent controls more lands than you, repeat this process once. If you search your library this way, shuffle. This is good, right? Probably really good. I mean, it just means if your opponent went first, you're getting a land out of this. And if you've been mana screwed or your opponent has ramped, you get 2 lands out of this. And it's a perfectly fine 3 mana, 3/3 vigilance on curve. This is good. This has to be good. Like, it's not game-winning bomb good, but it's just a nice little, you know, guaranteed way of getting the lands out you need. I mean, with this guy, you could probably drop a land. Maybe run like 16 instead of 17, because if you pull this guy, you're gonna smooth your draw out. He kind of is an extra land, but he costs 3, so maybe not. I don't know. I like him though. No, this guy I like. I like this guy. This guy's good. He's probably going to show up in standard, I imagine, so he's probably good enough for limited. Does he show up in standard? Maybe. Yeah, because you can get the triumphs with it, can't you? Yeah, this guy's good. I like this guy. Dust Animus. Okay, a 2-mana 2/3 flying. What? If you control 5 or more untapped lands, Dust Animus enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters and a lifelink counter, making it a 5 or more untapped lands. So, plot, you may pay 2, exile this card from your hand, cast it as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost, plot only as a sorcery. So if you get this thing early and you don't need it, you just plot it, and then on turn 5, it's a free 4/5 flying lifelinker. What? This card's insane. I mean, it doesn't have any protection, so it dies to removal, but, I mean, everything that we've seen dies to removal, and this is limited we're talking about, so hopefully your opponent's going to have less removal. This card's really fucking good. I mean, turn 2, a 2/3 flyer is still rough. Like, you just play this on turn 2, and you can just start smashing your opponent in the face. They're probably still going to have to remove it, because I don't think they're going to have anything that big in the air that early. This card's really good. I like this card. I mean, I think if you pull it, if you've got it in hand, you probably just plot it every time, because it's so much better as a 4/5 lifelinker on turn 5 with flying still. That I think you 9 times out of 10 you want to plot it unless you're like really fucking aggressive. But I mean, I like that. This card's good. There's some really nice cards in white at the moment. Ariet's Lullaby. 2 mana. Destroy target tapped creature. You gain 2 life. Sorcery speed. Okay. So, slow, but still good in limited, right? It's not great. I'd still prefer the bovine one because instant speed, fuck you, there's a cow. But this isn't terrible. It's still removal. Like, in limited, you still play things like this, even though they're not as good as other things because you don't have access to the other things. So I still think this is fine. I think white's got some nice removal options. Final Showdown. Spree. Choose. So it costs 1 base, and then the 1 base does nothing. Okay. Right. So, for 1 mana, it does nothing. For 2 mana, you can make all creatures lose all abilities until end of turn. For either 2 or 3 with the previous cost, you can choose a creature you control. It gains indestructible until end of turn. And then for 5 additional, 2 of it being white, you can destroy all creatures. So this is 6 mana, destroy all creatures. 7 mana, destroy every... 7 mana, destroy all creatures. They lose all abilities before you destroy them, so they're completely worthless. 8 mana, destroy all creatures because they lose all abilities apart from 1 that you have given indestructible until end of turn. Right? So for 8 mana, this is nuke everything apart from 1 thing you own. Okay. I think this is pricey. This is probably too expensive. Yeah, this is probably too expensive for standard play because standard has Sunfall in it at the moment, which is just better than this. Because it's 5 mana, it exiles all creatures instead of destroying them to send them to the graveyard, and it leaves behind a creature anyway. So this doesn't see play in standard, but I think in limited you kind of just take the board wipe, because you either are behind on the board and you play it and your opponent's screwed, or you have it in hand so you let your opponent play into it and then you blow the board up and your opponent's screwed. Like, board wipes are always so one-sided and limited, I think, most of the time. Unless you are really far behind, that just having a board wipe is probably great. This is a bit of an expensive board wipe, but it's fine. I don't mind this. I think this is like this. It's a board wipe, so you just play it in limited if you get it. I mean, it's mythic rare, so you probably won't see it. But if you do, I think you just run it because it's board wipe. Fortune Loyal Steed. 3 mana. When Fortune Loyal Steed enters the battlefield, scry 1. Hey, look, we found something that can do something when you bounce it. Congratulations, we one thing in the entire set. It's a 2/4, and whenever it attacks while saddled, and it saddles 1, so anything can saddle it. At end of combat, exile it, and up to 1 creature that saddled it this turn, and then return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control, which triggers its enter the battlefield effect and triggers whatever saddled it enters the battlefield effect. This is good. I think this is way better than the first card we saw. The 3 mana bounce everything card that you can copy a number, that you can make it do it again and again and again. This is a creature that does it with, and from the looks of it, there's not going to be a massive amount of stuff you want to bounce in the set. This is the first one we've seen. So, yeah, I'd say this is good. I would prefer this over the other rare, the first one we saw. Like, this card is just better. It's a creature. Its stats are fine. It's not great. I mean, a 2/4 is meh. But, I mean, it scries when it enters the battlefield when you first play it. Then when you attack with it, if you get, like, if your opponent doesn't immediately blow it up, you can attack with it the following turn, probably. And if you're attacking with it, it's saddled. Even if they kill this, you still get the enter the battlefield effect from whatever saddled it. Because even if this dies and you don't get this enter the battlefield effect again, you get whatever saddles it enter the battlefield effect, because whatever saddled it didn't attack. It just tapped to saddle this. So I think this card is... I mean, I'd be happy running it. I think this card is good. I think... Yeah, there's some cards in this set that I'm sure this card works really well with. Like, even the bunny this is fine with. It's not great because they're both going to cost 3, so you're going to have to play one and then the other. I suppose you play this first, then you play the bunny the next turn, and if you get any triggers off the bunny, you're very unlikely to get any triggers from saddling it with the bunny, but who knows, maybe you're massively far behind in mana. But if you are, then I imagine even that doesn't save you. But yeah, I like this card. Frontier Seeker. By the way, what is White's thing? White seems to be a jumble of, like, is it saddled? Is saddled the white thing? Whatever, we'll keep going. 2 mana for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a mount creature. Is this a mount? Okay, so mount is anything that can be saddled? Yes. Anything that can be saddled is a mount. Cool. A mount creature... So, I guess white is... Saddled is white's thing. A mount creature card or a plains card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest of them from your library in a random order. Good card. It just is. It's a 2 mana, play something, look for another card. Replaces itself in your hand, whether it be with a plains or a creature. One of 2 you will almost definitely... I mean, I know it's a specific type of creature, but if mounts and saddle are white's thing, you've probably got a number of them. And you can always just get a plains card if you don't hit one of those creatures. This card is good. I like this card. I would run multiple copies of this card. I mean, I know it's only a 2/1 for 2, which ain't great. But, I mean, I think just getting the extra cards into your... Like, the ability to look at the top 5 and put a card... This is just... Yeah, this is good. I think this card is good. Certainly, I will play it. Getaway Glamour. Okay. So, again, it costs 1. This one's instant speed. What was the other one? Final Showdown, instant speed. Oh my god. Okay, so this card is actually way better than I thought. Maybe this is actually almost as good as Sunfall. An instant speed board wipe is much more destructive than a sorcery speed board wipe, because in standard at the moment, I think all the board wipes are sorcery speed. So if your opponent, like, even if you're just a control deck and just wiping the board on your opponent's turn, they can always have, like, the lands that have become creatures. This kills those. Anyway, back to this one. So for 2 mana, exile target non-token creature, return to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Sure. And for 3 mana, destroy target creature if no other creature has greater power. So destroy the biggest of boys. This is pretty good. Like, it's 2 mana, re-trigger your enter the battlefield effects, which is fine. I think you take this for the destroy target creature, the instant speed, 3 mana, destroy the biggest of boys. But if it's rotting in your hand and you think your opponent isn't playing big creatures, or you're just, you know, way ahead or whatever, you can just use it to get further ahead by bouncing something. Or just bounce your opponent's blocker and smack him in the mouth. I think this is good. Yeah, I like this card. I like a lot of these white cards, actually. They're very good. Hanoon. Okay. 2 mana for enchantment. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. And then for red and 5, it deals 5 damage to any target. I don't know. For limited, I'm going to say... Like, I don't know. In certain matchups, limiting your opponent to 1 spell each... I mean, this is the thing. You're limiting yourself and your opponent. So, if you're doing this, you're probably not playing aggro. You're probably a control deck. I don't know. Are you? Maybe you're just curving out nicely? I don't know. I don't think in limited this is good. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is actually really good in limited. Like, turn 1, play a land. Your opponent plays a land. Turn 2, you play this. Your opponent plays a creature. Turn 3, you play something. It depends. Depends which one of you wants to play multiple dudes more. Like, because if you play this up against another, like, an aggro deck, they get screwed because they can only play 1 creature a turn and then they're just sad. But if you play this against a control deck who's only going to be playing 1 spell a turn and probably not playing that much more until, like, turn 4, 5, and 6, and then they're going to just be playing big things at that point, they don't care. And then you're going to, what, pay 5 to deal 5? Sure. Like, I don't think this is great. Not in limited, at least. I think maybe in standard, perhaps. Maybe. But in limited, I don't. Holy cow! Okay, I like it. Ooh, 3 mana for a flash flying 2/2. There's a lot of flying in white. When Holy Cow enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and scry 1. Okay. This is another good... Like, again, this is something you can play on your opponent's turn, and then when it comes around to your turn, you can start hitting with it. You've gained life, you've scryed 1 to set yourself up for your turn a little bit better, and you can use it to saddle your the Felidar, the other mount thing that we had, this thing, because this is saddle 1, so this can still saddle it. So you'd have an Ox Angel riding a beast mount. That would be odd. But yeah, and then you can trigger it to gain more life and keep scrying. If your opponent can't stop you, you can kind of just go, this thing's good. And it's common, so you're probably running like several of these, right? I really hope there's some things with like reach or flying in all the other colours, because white's just going to fly over and batter people in this set. But this is just a nice little card to have, and you're probably going to have a bunch of them, because you just play it, gain some life, scry, play it, gain some... This is a nice little card. Inventive Wingsmith. 3 mana for a 2/4. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, and Inventive Wingsmith doesn't have a flying counter on it, put a flying counter on it. Okay, so the turn you play this for 3, it's a 3 mana 2/4 do nothing. The turn after, you probably have 4 mana, and you have to give up 4 mana to play nothing in your turn so that this can get flying. That sounds ass. Right? Like, I mean, maybe in the late game when you don't have cards in hand, or you're not playing the cards because you're saving them because they're instant speed and you're going to play them on your opponent's turn. Maybe. But isn't this just like ass the majority of the time? It's a 3 mana 2/4 that does nothing unless you sacrifice an entire turn. That's just useless. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't play this card. I personally wouldn't play this card. Maybe I'd have to. Maybe it's like a 23rd card, but I would not be excited about this being a card in my deck. Lassoed by the Law. 4 mana enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls to leaves. Sure. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with tap. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a bit pricey. I don't know. Like, it's removal. You probably play it. It's removal that comes with a dude. Sure. Again, White's had access to some very nice removal. They had the 2 mana turn something into a cow, instant speed, and then they had the 2 mana destroy a tapped thing, and then they had the 3 mana destroy the biggest of boys, and now they've got this at 4 mana exile a thing while this is on the battlefield and make a dude, a 1/1 dude. Like, so essentially this is this would usually cost 3 mana, so you're paying the extra mana for a 1/1 creature token that can give something +1/+0. Is that worth it? It's the most mediocre of things ever, but maybe. Again, this is one of those cards. You probably run it because it's removal. Like, it's just what you do in Limited. You just take removal. But I'm not as excited about this as I am about the other pieces of removal we've had access to. So, but you probably still take it because it's removal. Mystical Tether. Okay. 3 mana, enchantment, you may cast it so it had flash if you pay 5. Enter battlefield, exile target. Okay. So this is a more reasonable... This is a common? Man, White has so much removal. Yeah, this is more reasonable. This is 3 mana, exile a thing, and then 5 mana, you can instant speed exile a thing. Like, I think this is better than this. Because this is 4 mana. to do exactly what Mystical Tether does. So it's 1 more mana to do what Mystical Tether does, but you get a dude out of it. And I don't think a 1 mana, I don't think a 1/1 mercenary creature token that taps to give something +1/+0 until end of turn at sorcery speed is as good as just doing it cheap or doing it at instant speed for more expensive. Like I'd pay if this was instant speed and just had the top part, I'd probably be fine with I'd probably say this is better than this if this didn't have the pay extra part. But like, this is not instant speed. This can be instant speed. I think Mystical Tether I like more. And it's common, so you're probably going to be running like multiple of these. White also has so... Maybe you are playing white control. Maybe you just play that armadillo thing and then just control your opponent's stuff and then start beating them down with a 4/4 armored armadillo. Oh, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Okay. Nurturing Pixie. Okay, a 1 mana 1/1 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target non-fairy, non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. If a permanent was returned this way, put a +1/+1 counter on it and make it a 2/2. So 1 mana 1/1 flyer that if you get it later on in the game can re-trigger battle cries and is a 2/2 flyer. This is okay. This is probably decent. I think it's yeah, it's a flyer. It's a flyer. You probably run it. Like, you just run the flyers in limited. So this you at least play, and sometimes it's better than just a 1/1 flyer, which is great. Sometimes you don't want to play it, or you just... Oh, wait, you have to. When it enters the battlefield, return... It's not you may. It's return up to 1 target, non-fairy, non-permanent. Ha, that could trick people up. I don't know. I think this is still good. Like, it's a turn 1/1 flyer, or later on it's, you know, bounce a card and get a 2/2, and then you can replay it for battlecry effects. Like with the flying ox thing, it's good. It's good. You play the ox at the end of your opponent's turn, you attack with it on your turn, and then you play this to return the ox back to your hand, and you still got 2/2 flyer, and you can re-trigger the ox you can play the ox in your opponent's turn again because it's only cost 1. Like, I think this is probably good. Omen Port Vigilante. Okay. 2 mana for 2/2, has double strike as long as you've committed a crime this turn. Committed a crime? Targeting opponents, anything they control, and or cards in their graveyard is a crime. Okay, so do anything to your opponent, and this has double strike. White has a lot of removal. This could be really strong. Like, because this isn't... You can trigger this on your own turn if you've got on your opponent's turn if you've got instant speed stuff. This is probably really good, right? If you've got enough removal to get it going. And if this comes down on turn 2, on turn 3 you can start like exiling things your opponents control, turning them into 2/2 oxes, whatever you want, and this thing just gets double strike and starts beating ass. Yeah, this is good, I think. If you have enough removal... Like, again, in Limited, you might not have enough removal to make this work. But White has access to a lot of removal. And if you do have the removal to make this work, this is just going to beat people up. One last job. Okay, so it costs 3 to do nothing. So for +2, so 5, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Sure. For 4, return target mount or vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay. Sure. And for 4, again, return target aura or equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to a creature you control. So for 7, you can get a mount, a creature to saddle it, although the mount won't be able to attack, so it's kind of pointless, and an aura or equipment card to equip onto the creature or the mount, all in one turn. I think in Limited, this isn't very good. You're probably just going to be playing it for 5 to get a creature back. And, like, I never like these cards. I think usually you just prefer... unless you are literally built around one card in your deck. Like, one bomb card is your whole deck, and you're just running stuff to get to the bomb and or bring the bomb back when your opponents deal with it. I don't think this card is good. But we will have to see. Maybe there's some really insane bombs that you can just use this to keep bringing back. Again, I haven't seen any exile effects yet, I don't think. So if there's not any exile effects, this can just bring back the same thing over and over again, which is really good. Assuming the card is a really good bomb. But I think in Limited, I wouldn't take this. Unless, like I said, unless there was one specific bomb card that I was building an entire deck around, I would not take this card. I'd just be like, yeah, whatever. Outlaw Medic. 2 mana for a 1/3 with lifelink, and when it dies, draw a card. Good little card. Like it. Big fan. It's 2 mana creature with lifelink that's going to heal you steadily, and when it dies, you just get to replace it with a card in your hand. That's great. You run this in Limited. You probably run a couple of these in Limited. You're happy to run like 2 or 3 of these, I think. Yeah, 2 or 3? 2. 2 you're happy to run in Limited. Prairie Dog. Okay, 2 mana, 2/2 with lifelink, sure. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And for 5 mana, until end of turn, if you would put 1 or more counters on a creature you control, put that many +1. So 1 extra +1/+1 counter on it instead. It's a squirrel. We like squirrels. What do I think of this card? I think this is better than the flying one. First of all, it comes down sooner. Secondly, it's a functional card by itself because it's a 2 mana 2/2 with lifelink. That if you just happen not to play anything, it gets a little bit bigger. And at 5 mana, you can use it to start putting extra counters on things. I don't know. Maybe you run a couple of these and you just have like an army of steadily growing prairie dogs. That you're just not playing anything and everything's instant speed in your hand or has like flash. Maybe. I think this is fine and Limited. Again, like, it's a 2/2 for 2 with lifelink. You're not upset about those stats. So you're probably just running it. And sometimes there's upside and it gets bigger. Sometimes you won't, but sometimes you will. In Limited, there are certainly turns where you might not do anything because you've got instant speed stuff in hand, or there's just no point doing anything to the board. We just have nothing in hand. And this gets bigger when that happens. Like, the flying one I just don't like because it just doesn't feel like there's a good enough payoff. Because it's just like, yeah, you get flying or 2/4, who cares? This actually already has lifelink and gets bigger and becomes more of a problem. So this is like more of a payoff. So I think this is good. Prosperity Tycoon. Okay. 4 mana for a 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, you create the 1/1 mercenaries. Sure. And tap 2, sacrifice a token. It gains indestructible and tap it. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. The fact that it costs 2 mana to make it indestructible is a bit crappy. But it is 4 damage that you could just keep swinging at your opponent, and like if they want to kill it, they have to block. Like it takes. This comes with a token, so it's got at least one indestructible in itself. Unless you, like, remove the token, and then why you remove... Like, yeah. I think this card is good. I think I'd run this card. I think a 4/2 that comes with an extra token that on the attack can be a 5/2, and, like, no matter what your opponent does to it, whether they try to destroy this, the only thing that can hit this is exile. And again, I haven't seen any exile yet, but yeah, if your opponent tries to destroy this, you sack the token. If your opponent tries to destroy the token, you sack the token. It's, again, I prefer it didn't cost 2. I prefer it was just like sacrifice something, gain indestructible, but that would probably be too busted. The fact that it costs 2 is a bit of a pain, but it's probably still good enough because you can just start beating the ass with a 4/2. Or you can endlessly block with it. Because you can block, tap 2, sacrifice the token, tap it, but it doesn't matter because it's already been declared blocking, so it still blocks. So, yeah, I think this is good. Requisition Raid. Okay. So, for 2 mana, you can destroy an artifact, or an enchantment, or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Or for 4 mana, you can do all of the above. Or 3 mana, you can do 2, essentially. I think this is actually okay. I mean, it's sorcery speed, so it's not great. But if there's some dangerous artifacts or enchantments in this set, it's nice to have a way to remove them. And if your opponent doesn't have any dangerous artifacts or enchantments, boom, my field gets bigger. Swing. Right? Like, it's not a rotting card. It's not a card that you're like, oh, well, they don't have an artifact or enchantment. I can't play this. Like, you probably run at least one of these. Like, it does what the 6 mana... the part of the 6 mana creature you want as white, which is everything getting a +1/+1 counter, this does for 2. So I'd probably run this instead of that Felidar Strider thing. Just because, yeah, it just does what you want for cheaper. Rustler Rampage. Instant speed. You can, for 2 mana, untap all creatures target player controls, so you can do it on the block. Or you can give a creature double strike until end of turn. Not bad. Just get something to 10 power with buff cards and Oko someone. You probably just use this to... again, this is fine, actually, because you can use it as a... You like, swing out, and your opponent takes a ton of damage, tries to swing back and kill you, and you just untap everything and get your blocks in. Or you can swing out, and after your opponent's declared blockers, you give whatever gets through double striking, just smash them. Like, I like this card. Or both. Because you can give something... You can smash them with double strike and then untap all your creatures after they've attacked. And then your opponent can't swing back. Yeah, this is a good card. For like 2 mana, yeah. Or 3 mana, I suppose. But yeah, I like this card. Shepherd of the Clouds. Okay. 5 mana for a 4/3 Flying Vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, return target permanent card with mana 3 or less from your graveyard to the hand. Return that card to the battlefield if you control a mount. Oh. This is good. First of all, it's a flying vigilance creature, so that just makes it good. I mean, it's a 5 mana, 4/3, but flying means that it can't be blocked by a bunch of stuff. Vigilance means it doesn't tap, so you can start beating ass. And seeing as mounts seem to be White's thing, you probably have a mount card, or you hope to have played a mount card. You can then return a creature to the battlefield. This is good. This is good. This is a very good creature. This is, a 5 mana 4/3 Flying Vigilance that comes with a 2/2 Ox Angel that heals you for 2 and scries 1. As long as you have a mount, which hopefully you do. And then the Ox saddles the mount because the mount is a Felidar thing. And then you get to bounce the Ox and get to heal 2 and scry 1 again. Oh man, this is good. Mono White is seeming good. Like, this is weirdly good. Sheriff of Safe Passage. 3 mana for a 0/0. Sheriff Safe Passage enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, plus an okay, so it's a 1/1. Plus an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature you control. And you can plot this and play it later. This is probably fine. Like, again, weenies, white weenies is kind of a thing. So you're probably hoping to have a bunch of creatures in white. So this probably just comes down as like a 3 mana 3/3, 4/4, 5/5. If you plot it, it's a free whatever the hell you want it to be. I think this is pretty good. I think this is pretty good. I'd take this. This is a good card. Stagecoach Security. Okay. 1 second. When Stagecoach Security enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. It's a 5 mana 4/5. Or you could plot it. This is also better than that Fellatari, right? Because this doesn't need to be saddled and swung with. This just, when it enters the battlefield, all your creatures... This is like sort of like a... Okay, this is like Overrun-ish. Overrun's way stronger than this. But this is like an Overrun effect. Because everything gets stronger. Everything gets Vigilance. I prefer Trample, but I'll take Vigilance because it's a white card. I don't know if you'd ever plot it. Would you ever plot this? I guess, because you plot it... Well, no. You'd probably play something else on turn 4 and then just play this on turn 5, right? I don't know why you plot this on turn 4. Unless you have a bunch of cards you want to play. But then, why would you not just play those cards and then play this the turn after? I don't think you plot this one. I think you're more likely to just play this one. But again, I think this is better than the Feldari Strider thing that was like, you know, when I attack, everyone gets +1/+1 counter and you heal. I guess this is only until end of turn, but if you're playing this, you're hoping to kill your opponent. So, yeah. And if you're white weenies, you want your opponent... if your opponent's dead by turn 4 when you're playing mono white weenies or like white-red aggro or something like that, you're a happy boy. Steer Clear. Okay. 1 mana for instant speed, 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, deals 4 damage to that creature if you control a mount. Good card. Removal. 1 mana, deal 2. Like, again, it's not play with fire or shock or whatever in red. That's just, you know, free 2 damage or whatever you want. But in limited, people are going to be attacking or blocking a lot more. You could just boop. And what mounts are the white thing, and if you have one, it's a 4 damage, which is just good. Sterling Keykeeper. 2 mana for a 2/2, tap target, and then for 2 mana, tap target non-mount creature. Cards like this are fine, usually. Maybe have like one of them in your limited deck. I don't really care for them. I'd prefer to just creatures that beat ass a bit better. But it does allow you to tap down generally your creature's biggest blocker. Or your opponent's biggest blocker, or your opponent's only blocker, and then just keep hitting them. And if you're aggro, that can buy you the turn you need to kill someone. So, one of these is probably fine. Sterling Supplier, 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer, and when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. It's flying. You probably take it. It's a 5. It's not great because it's a 5 mana 3/4. I'd prefer to take the Pegasus as a 5 mana 4/3 that brings stuff back. But it's a flyer. It makes something bigger. The fact that it's a flyer is probably what you're picking it for. So yeah, you probably run this in limited. Take up the Shield. Isn't this a reprint? Yes. This is a reprint. The last one had what's his name? Ajani with the shield in front of him. It was the set before Ajani got Phyrexianized. Because it was supposed to show the moment he was overrun protecting his friends, right? This is a reprint. This card is good, by the way. Very good. Like, really, really good. This was one of the best cards in Limited, I think, at the time. It's 2 mana, no, my creature doesn't die. It actually gets bigger, and I heal. This card is really good. Just so everybody knows, this card is very good. It was very good when it was first printed. It's very good now. Can almost guarantee it. Thunder Lasso. Oh, an equipment. 3 mana for when it's battlefield attached. Oh, it comes in attached automatically. Okay, cool. A equipped creature gets +1/+1. Sure. And whenever it attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. This is actually decent. So, this guy is 2 to play. And then he can't tap the turn he comes down. And then it's 2 to tap from then on. Right? This is 3 to play, so it's 1 more expensive. I get that. But you equip it directly to a creature, swing, the creature does it automatically. And the creature gets bigger. Also, targeting opponents or anything they control. So if you have this Omen Port Vigilante on turn 2, and then on turn 3, you play the Thunder Lasso, equip it to it automatically because it comes in equipped. The Omen Vigilante becomes a 3/3 with a 3/3. You swing, you target your opponent's only blocker. Your guy, you've committed a crime because you've targeted something your opponent controls. Your Vigilante gets double strike. You crack your opponent for 6 in the face. That's scary. Now, they are both uncommon, so, you know, the chance that you actually get this regularly is not particularly high. But I think this, like, if you've got a choice between the Sterling Keykeeper or the Thunder Lasso, take the Thunder Lasso. Right? I suppose the thing is, if your opponent just blows up the creature and then you have to re-equip it, it's now way more expensive than the other guy. But the other guy costs 2 every single time, so I'd still think the Thunder Lasso is probably better. Trained Arix. 2 mana, 3/1. Saddle 2, sure. Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gains first strike and you scry 1. This is good. I mean, like, yeah, it gets. The problem is you have to pay. You're not attacking with a 2-power creature, but this gets first strike. First strike is one of the most annoying abilities to try and fight with. Like, if this has first strike regularly, your opponent's probably just not blocking it. They're probably just getting creamed in the face for 3. And you get to scry. Yeah, this card's good. This card has to be good. For 2 mana, like, it's not great. It's not a great card, but I think it's a fine. Again, it's a mount. You want lots of mounts in your white deck. It gets first strike, which is one of the best attacking keywords. I think this is good. Vengeful Townsfolk. 3 mana for 3/3. Whenever one or more other creatures you control die, put a +1. I think this is a reprint as well, isn't it? It came from like the zombie people. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking something. I think it was a 1 mana 1/1 that did a similar effect, so maybe not. But yeah, this is good. I like these sort of things are good in limited because you just play this and you don't attack with it and you swing with all the rest of your stuff and your opponent can't just take all of that damage to the face, so they have to block. And then when they block and kill a bunch of things, this just gets really big. So unless they've got the removal for this, this just then starts cracking them in the face. So I like Vengeful Townsfolk. Wanted Griffin. A 4 mana, it's flying, so you probably take it. 4 mana, 3/2 flyer. When it dies, you create the mercenary. Sure. I mean, it's a flyer. You just white. You're probably just taking all of the flyers in white at this point. Hey, we're on to blue. I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom chat. I will be right back, and then we will get on with blue. So that was all the white cards. Maybe we'll go back and have a look. What were some of my favourites? I mean, I think Take Up the Shield is nice to see reprinted, but that card was very good. I think Shepherds of the Clouds is quite nice. Yeah, I think I liked a lot of these. I think this Omen Port Vigilante could be really scary. I think I like this Holy Cow a lot as well. A lot of the saddle things want you to saddle with 2, and this is something just really nice to play. I think there's a lot of mounts and a lot of flying in white, which could be very good. So we'll have to see, but it certainly looks good. Right, Archmage's Newt. 2 mana for a 2/2. It's a mount. Okay, saddle 3 though. When Archmage's Newt deals combat damage to a player, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. That card gains flashback 0 until end of turn. Instead, if Archmage's Newt is saddled. Good card? Like, really good card if you can get it working? This has to be in a very specific deck, and you have to have the instant or sorcery cards to make this work, which in Limited, you might not have. But if you're building a deck, if this is like your first rare, you might build the deck specifically around this. But then you need a creature with power 3 to saddle this. But you don't necessarily need to saddle it to get the value. You just need to saddle it if you want infinite value. I don't know. It's possible this card just kind of wins you the game. But I'm not sure. I'd have to see what we have on offer for instants and sorceries to flash back with this thing. Because, like, you could remove something with a removal card to hit with this, to flash back the removal card, to remove something else, and at that point you're already, like, up. But you had to pay for both. Unless you can saddle this, but again, you need something with power 3 or more to saddle. And that's not, I mean, that could happen on turn 3, but then you probably don't have an instant or sorcery card unless there's a 1-mana instant or sorcery card that you played on turn 1, and then why do you care about flashbacking it? I don't know. It doesn't have any way of protecting itself, so it can just be removed. I think I'd try it, maybe. If I had the instant and sorcery cards to make it work, I'd probably play it. But the problem with the Limited is you need an amount of creatures, really, realistically. Or else you're just going to die on board. And I mean, this needs other creatures to saddle it to really get the full value. So, I don't know. Kenyan Crab. A 2-mana 0/5, right? That for 2 mana it becomes a 2/3, and then for 4 mana it becomes a 4/1. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card, then discard a card. Is that Blue's thing? Is the end of turn, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, is that Blue's thing? Because in Blue, if you're doing blue-white and you have like that lifelink or that flying guy and you're doing stuff in your opponent's turn with instant blue spells and counter magic, maybe I can see those white cards that don't do stuff being better. This card also isn't bad. Just if you don't play anything loot, I like that. And it's got a fat ass on it so it can block. And even eat some stuff if they, block, attack something stupid. Daring Thunder Thief. A 4-mana 4/4 with flash that enters the battlefield tapped. It would appear we are playing in our opponent's turn. This is a good card. Turn 4, you play it at the end of your opponent's turn. Then it enters tapped, obviously. And then on your turn, you just untap it and go. Start beating ass. 4-mana 4/4. I like that. Plus, you could even use this to saddle that frog. Yeah, good card, I think. I mean, as a common, I'd probably run a couple of these. I think I'm fine with that. Deep Muck Desperado. Sure. 3 mana for 2/4. Whenever you commit a crime, each opponent mills 3 cards. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, sure. Is this good? Probably. If you've got enough targeted removal. Again, this is a bit of a problem because this is what always throws me about blue. Blue wants you to play, or in other sets, blue has wanted you to play as many spells as possible. But if you don't have that critical number of creatures, it doesn't matter how many spells you have, and as every single spell in your deck is hard removal, because your opponent's just going to play something and start hitting you. Like, unless you have, like, a critical mass of removal, counter, and bounce spells, this sort of thing isn't great. I don't know. I mean, it's a 3-mana 2/4. It's good on the block, and it just has a passive, decent effect that you can just mill your opponent out. And in Limited, you have much less cards to play with, so, like, if you get 1 or 2 of these down and then, like, commit a crime, like, 1 or 2 times, your opponent's probably just losing. It's not bad. It's like the, one of the sets had a 0/4 common who, it was the adventure set, the first adventure set. It was a 0/4, and the front side, the adventure side of it was 1 mana, your target opponent mills 4 cards. And people were just playing, like, 7 of them in their limited decks and just milling people out on, like, turn 4. It was stupid. So this card, again, it's uncommon, so you probably don't have, like, a whole bunch of these. But you can commit you can commit a couple of crimes with this out, probably. Unless your opponent hard removes it, which they're not too happy about because it's a 3-mana 2/4 that does nothing. But, yeah, I think this is fine. I think this is actually, I've convinced myself it's actually better than I thought. It's got flying! You pick it! Woo! That was hard. It is a 4-mana and next turn 4/3 flyer, or a 5-mana and this turn 4/3 flyer. Sure. I guess plotting doesn't count as casting from your hand. Does this... Wait, how does this work? If you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn... So if you plot something, it doesn't cast it from your hand because it exiles it. Either way. So you may pay 3, exile this card from your hand. That's not casting it. And then you may... cast it as a sorcery from exile, not from your hand, without paying its mana cost. Again, not casting a card from your hand, so you trigger the things all along. So actually, this is probably better than... I mean, it's a 4/3 fly. You're just going to play it. Like, let's not be silly here. It's got flying, it's got evasion, it's, you know, it's you're just going to play it. Double Down. 4 mana for enchantment. Whenever you cast an outlaw spell, copy that spell. Outlaw? Assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks are outlaws. Copies of permanent spells becomes tokens. Okay, so that's a mercenary. That's a rogue. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to say... It's 4 mana, do nothing. Essentially. So on turn 4, it's... I do absolutely nothing. Which, in standard, I would say probably undoable. But in limited, if your opponent isn't absolutely hammering you to death by this point, and you play this, you've probably just won the game unless they have removal for it. Because, like, you play this, and then next turn you play this Desperado thing, and you have 2/2/4s with 2 mana left over for some crime. To just crime all over your opponent, make them mill 6. I mean, again, it's... This is the thing. There was a spell similar to this, Necro Duality or whatever. There was a zombie spell in a set that was whenever you play a zombie card, create a copy. Or copy that. Whenever you play a zombie spell, copy the spell. And I played a zombie deck, and if I ever got that card down and started successfully playing zombies, my opponent was just done. And that was in standard. Like, in limited, if you could survive long enough to play that card and then also play zombies afterwards, your opponent was just done. And I think this is the same thing. If you play this and you're not dead, you probably just win. But there is every chance you're kind of just dead by this point, so I don't know. I think in standard, again, the zombie one, the zombie deck I played in the standard with it wasn't good. And this, I think if you tried to make a standard deck with this, it's not going to be good. It's turn 4, do absolutely fucking nothing. Your opponent's going to laugh in your face and smash the shit out of you. But I think in limited, you can maybe pull this off. Duelist of the Mind. Okay. 2 mana for a star 3. Flying Vigilance, Duelist of the Mind's power is equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. Whenever you commit a crime, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card, and only once each turn. So, this is a Flying Vigilance 1/3 that, in blue, is probably like a 15/3 the following turn because you're in blue. No, in limited, this thing is... I mean, it's flying. Again, it's a cheap fly. You're just playing it. Don't even argue. It's a cheap fly. You're taking it in limited. So this is good in limited. Probably game. Is it possibly game winning? It depends. You can only trigger this effect once each turn, but there are other things that are going to let you draw. We'll have to see what other good draw cards there are, and it would depend what colors you go with it. What other colors go with it. But, yeah, this card's probably good. Emergent Haunting. 2 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, and Emergent Haunting isn't a creature type, it becomes a 3/3 spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types. Permanently. This is probably a really good card in like the plot and flash deck, which looks like it's probably something to do with white and blue, or maybe blue and black, or white, blue and black. Maybe Esper likes to flash stuff in and do stuff in your opponent's turn. Yeah, this is probably good. Like, it's a 2 mana. It's 2 mana do nothing, but that's okay, because you're probably more a controlling deck. And then after the following turn, if you don't play anything because you want to play in your opponent's turn, because all of your cards have got flash, like the Ox, this just becomes a 3/3 flyer permanently. And your opponent needs to do something about that, because it's a flying 3/3, which is just going to start cracking them in the face. Yeah, this is probably good. Again, anything with flying, I'm just going to say is good. Blue-white had a lot of flying. This is scary. Failed Fording. Okay, 2 mana, return target, non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you control a desert's back? Surveil 1. Look at the top card of your library. Yeah. 2 mana, bounce is good. It's not as good as 1 mana bounce, but it's good. This is blue removal. So this is playable. Fibblethip, Lost on the Range. Hey, how's Fibblethip doing nowadays? He's a 3-mana 1/1 with Ward 2. Okay. You may look at the top of your card of your library at any time. Sure. Top card of your library has plot. Okay, so you can exile it and play it later. Plot cost is equal to its mana cost. Sure. You may plot non-land cards from the top of your library. I assumed so, or why would they have plot? It was weird. Sure. So you play Fibblethip and you play from the top of your library from then on. As long as you have the mana. And as long as it's not a land card. Because all you're going to do is just plot every card from the top of your library and play them the turn after, unless your opponent does something that you really need to deal with now, and then I guess use one of the cards in your hand. This is probably good. It's weird, because... But again, you probably are, because then you're not playing any cards from your hand, so all of your... If you didn't play a card from your hand this turn, stuff triggers. Yeah, I don't mind. I think this is a good card. 3 mana 1/1. Dies to a stiff breeze. I'm going to stick with this okay. I don't think it's great. It's not game winning. It's okay. Just because it lets you just play off the top of your deck from then on, so you can just save the cards in your hand. But it is a 3 mana 1/1, and red previously has had a lot of deal 1 damage to everything spells. Cost 1, which just kills this. Now, I don't know if they do in this set, and even if they do, you might not necessarily play them because they're generally considered not very good. But this could just die, or just get run over. Like if you're just getting attacked too much, this isn't going to save you. But, you know, it's a cool effect. Fleeting Reflection. 2 mana, target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap that creature until end of turn. It becomes a copy of up to 1. Target creature you control gains hexproof. Untap that creature until end of turn. It becomes a target of 1 other creature. Okay. This is probably good. This is kind of like blue unanswerable removal. Sort of. Because say you've got, again, you might not like it, but say you've got Fibblethip. Your opponent has a giant 50-50 green creature that there is in this set. I don't know. We'll see when we get to green. But has the biggest boy in the set. Swings. You just give Fibblethip hexproof, so they can't do anything with it. Untap him if you attacked with him, which fucking... I have no idea why you do that. And then make it into a copy of the guy that's attacking you. Boop! Cool. Your creature dies, so does mine. This is, yeah, no, you die too. Like, if you have any creature on the board, this is, yeah, we just trade. Which is probably good. Depending on what's on offer. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'd probably play this. Again, it's a bit of a weird one. But it is just we trade. The title of the card might as well just be we trade. Because if your opponent attacks you with something, you're probably just turning your creature into the creature they're attacking you with, and they probably just trade. Unless it's got more defense than it's got attack, and then why are you using this? And it gives your creature hexproof, so it's not like your opponent can interact with it after you've cast it. And like if they try and blow your creature up, or if you block with it and they try and do something to your creature to get it out of the way, you just hexproof it and turn it into a copy. Yeah, this is probably okay. It's probably pretty good actually. Gerolf the Flesh Right. Hey, Gerolf, how you doing? Right. This is zombies, so I like zombies. 3 mana for a 2/3. Whenever you cast a spell during your turn, other than your first spell that turn, create a zombie rogue creature token. Whenever a zombie enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each other zombie that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. This is probably game winning. Maybe? I'd like to think it's game winning. The issue is, how many spells can you play in a turn realistically in limited? Because if you play 3 spells, you get a 2/2, a 3/3, and a... No. Yeah, 4 spells. The first one, and then a 2/2, a 3/3, and a 4/4. Plus whatever the spell effects are. Even if it's just 1 mana, you know, do something, draw a card. Like, or 2 mana, draw a card, or whatever the price for drawing a card is nowadays. But he doesn't protect himself. Being the only thing. And again, in limited, do you have that many spells? I guess creatures are also spells, but again, you'd have to build your deck around this one. It would be like, you'd have to go like Geralf, and then like 20 1 mana and 2 mana spells that don't really do much unless you have Geralf. Like, I don't think you could play this guy and just pray that you have a decent... Maybe you do. Maybe you always play this guy and then you just pray that one game you have a really nice hand that you play it out and your opponent doesn't kill it. You just vomit your hand on the field and get a bunch of zombies. That white card also counters this. The white one that means you can only play 1 card a turn. Opponent plays that on turn 3 and you just concede. I like this card. I would be half tempted to try and make a mono blue deck with this card in standard, but I don't know if it's good in limited. I'd probably play it in limited because it's cool, but I don't think it's good in limited, sadly. Geyser Drake, it's a flyer! Ooh, it's a flyer that does stuff. I like this. A 3 mana 2/3 flyer, as long as it's not your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. May I introduce you to the 3 mana 4/4. I'd play that. I think this card's good. I'd play a couple of these, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's a 3 mana 2/3 with flying, so you just start pecking for damage, and then you can play stuff in your opponent's turn for cheap. This is a card your opponent has to deal with. Or else you're just going to be playing your entire hand really cheap in their turn. And maybe not in limited, because again, in limited you might not have all the instant speed and flash stuff, but I mean, there's a lot of it, so maybe you do. Maybe this is, maybe this is just busted. Harrier Strix. 1 mana, 1/1, flying when it's battlefield, tap target permanent, and you can draw and then discard. This is fine. 1 mana, 1/1. This is a decent 1 mana, 1/1 flyer. I think you take this if you see it. Yeah. Jailbreak Scheme. For 1 mana, well, for 4 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It can't be blocked this turn. Sure. For 3 mana, target artifact or creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. It's okay. 3 mana, mega bounce. Well, yeah, it's like 3 mana tempo bounce thing because you put it on top of their library so they don't get their next draw. Unless they decide to put it to the bottom, and then you're just not going to see that creature again for a while. I don't know if I'd run this, but again, I generally think blue tempo, you need a critical mass of tempo cards. You can't really get that in limited. But it's not bad, it's just not super exciting. The Key to the Vault. Okay, 2 mana. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. Equip 3. Um. Okay. I think this is bad. Now, hear me out. First of all, you have to play this card. Then, there needs to be something for you to equip it to, and you have to pay 3 to equip it to that thing. And then, it gets no buffs, no way of getting through or anything like that. Then it just has to hit your opponent, and then you get to cast something random from the top of your library without paying its mana cost. Well, this is from look at that many cards from the top of your library. So this is looking at your own library, right? Also, how you doing, Saurus? Or are you playing some MTG at the moment, and your opponents are upset? But yeah, so I think this card is bad in limited because it's 2 mana to do nothing. Ah, you got your dailies done. Nice. Yeah, it's 2 mana to do nothing, and then you have to pay 3 mana to equip it, and then it doesn't give the creature any benefits. It's just if you hit your opponent, you get something free. I think this is too much effort for not enough return. Unless you hit someone and you bink your game-winning 9 mana win condition off the top and just free play it on turn 6 or something. But I think this is too much effort for not enough return. I don't think you can do this in limited. I think it's kind of Also, congratulations on hitting Mythic. One of these months I should put some effort in and try actually doing that, but it's the salt of a control player getting out controlled, especially if it's to me OS. But yeah. Loan Shark. A 4 mana 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast 2 or more spells this turn, draw a card. And you can plot. Okay. So this certainly looks like it's part of like the plot deck. Maybe that's how Geralf is supposed to work. Maybe you're supposed to save up a bunch of plotted cards, and then you play Geralf, and then you just like vomit plotted cards out. That could be good, to be fair. What do I think of Loan Shark? It's okay, I guess. I mean, it technically replaces itself, but you have to do stuff for it. Did you ever play ladder and encounter someone so much the instant they see your name or deck, they just concede since they know the matchup is an auto loss already? No, I play mostly down in like bronze, silver, gold, platinum, that sort of stuff. So you don't get the same people regularly because there's a lot of people down there. It's usually only in the higher ranks you probably see the same people over and over again. What do I think of Loan Shark? I mean, it is a decent blue creature, which doesn't happen very often, but I'm not too excited. Marauding Sphinx. Guess what? It has flying. You're probably taking it for limited. It is a 5 mana, 3/5, flying vigilance ward 2. Whenever you commit a crime, surveil 2. Ability triggers only once each turn. Hey, that sounds pretty good to me. If I had someone who just conceded into me every time, I'd be mythic in no time. What do I think of Marauding Sphinx? It's a flyer with vigilance and it has ward. You just take this, right? Like, it's a big flyer. It's limited. You're just taking the big flyers and hitting people with them. The extra value of when you commit a crime, surveilling is nice, but I think you're just taking this because it's a 3/5 flyer. Metamorphic Blast. Okay. For 2, until end of turn, target creature becomes a white rabbit with base power and toughness 0/1. And for 4, target player draws 2 cards. This is probably... I actually like this. I think this is good in blue. Because if your opponent is attacking you with big things, you could just turn them into a rabbit and then just eat them. And if your opponent isn't attacking you with big things, you can just, at the end of their turn, 4 mana draw cards. It's fine. I think this is good. Because this is, again, one of those, it's removal or something else. Or if you have the mana, it's removal and you get to draw cards. Which is really good. So, I think this is a good card. I'd play this if I was in blue. Nimble Brigand. 3 mana for a 1/3. Can't be blocked if you've committed a crime this turn, sure. And when it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. This is fine. As long as you've got enough ways to commit crimes, you can just use it as a draw engine. I like this card. It's a bit weak. So, you know, you're not going to be killing people with it. So many out there. Spamming your go, then when I'm playing faster than them. Brother, if I'm so wrong, so counting exact math, plays I want to do, you can always sit and wait or concede. Like the instant you throw back the your go spam or the rope, they then concede. Yeah, a lot of people. You remember I think it was you who helped me make that Super Friends deck last time we were doing Magic. I've been playing that quite a lot, and the amount of people that like there have been games by turn 5 I have 3 planeswalkers on the board, and my opponent is, when it's my turn, just spamming your go because I'm trying to select the planeswalker abilities I want, and then on their go they're just letting the rope burn out, and I'm just like, bro, why? Like, I know it's a bit upsetting that I'm just playing Esper Super Friends, I'm sure. I know I countered your spell on turn 2 and then proceeded to just vomit Planeswalkers 3, 4, and 5. But, like, if you're so mad, just concede. I do it all the time. Like, if I get completely bent over, I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I just lose. Right, Outlaw Stitcher. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it was, turn 3 was 3 mana Lily, make them sack their creature. Turn 4 was, what's it? The woman who makes the 1/1 flyers. And turn 5 was, the black... What's it? The mono black one that has exile cards and stuff. And now it's like, so turn 5. Yeah. Like, turn 5, I had Liliana on the field. I had the woman, the 4 mana spirit woman that that has +1 make a spirit and all that. The one that also has a Kaya, that one. And we had the 5 mana, what's the name? The mono black weird ghost demon-y thing. I can't remember its name. It's got like a half a head that's got all fog coming out of it. Does C double rotate? I don't know. I don't know what C double. Oh, the diplomacy thing. The one that makes copies of spells. I'm not sure. I don't know when... rotation isn't this set. I think it's next set. One where you target a creature, it copies the effect. Yeah. I have no idea about that card. I haven't played it. I've never seen it. Vesuvian Diplomancy. Yeah. I haven't played that card. Right, I'm going to get back to Outlaw Stitcher quickly. So, 4 mana for a 1/4. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 blue-black zombie rogue creature, then put 2+1/+1 counters on that token for each spell you've cast this turn other than the first. And you can plot this for 5. Interesting. So, I guess multiple spells in a turn has a zombie sub-theme? Weird. I like this card, though. If zombies are a thing, if I can get Geralf and this guy going, I might try and make blues. Hopefully it's blue-black, and I might try to see if we can make some blue-black zombies again. I tried making blue-black zombies work before, and it was terrible, so maybe I can make it work this time. But yeah, I think if you're running a plot deck, I think Outlaw, like in Limited, I think Outlaw Stitcher's good. But I think apart from that, I mean, I suppose this is a 4 mana 3/6 spread across 2 bodies. But if you do have some plot cards, the zombie token can get very big. I think this is okay. Again, I think you have to build the deck for it, but I think this is okay. And I don't think you're plotting this card. I think you're just playing this card with other plot cards in there. Peerless Rope Master. A 5 mana 4/4 when it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target tapped creature to its owner's hand. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's a bit expensive. It's 5 mana 4/4. And it only just returns tapped creatures. I don't know. It's fine. It's not great. It's fine. Nah. It's okay. Phantom Interference. So, for 4 mana, you can create a 2/2 with flying. And for 2 mana, you can counter something as its controller plays 2. Again, this is one of those cards that's probably good, just because it has... So, in the early game, you can use it as a 2 mana counter anything, which is great. And as soon as your opponent has enough mana that they don't have to worry about getting countered, you can just make a 2/2. The 2/2 is really inefficient because it's a 4 mana 2/2 with flying. Like, the flying's good, but a 4 mana 2/2 is just gross. But if you mainly take this because you want the counter spell, and then just happen to also have the chance to make it into a 2/2, I think this is probably fine. Probably good, in fact. Well, fine. I'm going to say fine, because counter spells aren't great usually in Limited, but... Plan the Heist. Okay. 4 mana, surveil 3, if you have no cards in hand. Then draw 3 cards. With plot 4. So this is 4 mana, draw 3. I don't think you're ever going to be down at 0 cards in hand, and if you are, this card is insane. But I think if you just... It's a 4 mana, draw 3. I think 4 mana, draw 3 is fine. It's not super exciting, but I mean... It's functional. It's sorcery speed, 4 mana, draw 3. The plot thing maybe makes it good, because then you can plot it and play all of your plot. You're just saving it. I think for the plot deck, you're kind of just saving up all of your plotted cards and then doing one big turn when you can make some zombies with it or something. I don't know. I think this card is okay. I don't. It doesn't excite me massively, but it's probably fine. Razzle Dazzler. Okay. 2 mana for a 1/2. When you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Razzle Dazzler. It can't be blocked this turn. This is probably a good card. Like, it's common, it's cheap, it gets bigger, and you're going to want to be casting multiple spells a turn probably anyway, and you can do so quite easily with plot. This is probably a really good card. Like, this will probably end some games and people will be mad about it because you can't interact with it. But, I mean, you can blow it up with spells and stuff, and there's a lot of removal in white at least. Blue hasn't had a massive amount, but blue never does, so we'll have to see what black has to offer. Seize... oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm already losing my voice. Seize the Secrets. 3 mana, draw 2 cards. Or the spell costs 1 less to cast if you committed a crime this turn. 2 mana, draw 2 cards. This, if you have ways on creatures to target something, this is for free. This is a great card. I think this is good enough, actually. I think this is it's 3 mana, draw 2, so it's the whatever the standard blue draw spell is. Nice. Yeah, I think this card is good because it's literally just whatever the 3 mana blue draw 2 cards spell is, divination. But occasionally it's cheap divination because you've screwed your opponent over, which blue likes to do. So this is probably good in limited. Still probably good, because drawing cards can be good in limited. So, yeah, I'd still play this. I think this is good. Shackle Slinger. 3 mana for a 3/2. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose target creature an opponent controls. If it's tapped, put a stun counter on it. Otherwise, tap it. Probably okay. I don't know. This is one of those cards where if you get it going, it's probably really fucking good. But you have to play 2 cards a turn to get this thing going. But you don't have to tap this, so this can still attack after tapping down an opponent's thing and stunning it, maybe. I'm gonna give it It's fine. I'm not too excited. Again, I think a lot of the blue cards aren't going to excite me because I'm not really much of a blue player, but this is Shifting Grift. For 4 mana, exchange control of 2 target creatures. 3 mana artifacts, 3 mana enchantments. Give your opponent a 1/1 and you get their biggest boy. Sure. This is probably good, actually, because it's only 4 mana. 4 mana, you get something shit, I get something good, is probably... This is probably really good. Like, irritatingly good. Like, I'm going to run into this card in limited and it's going to piss me off. Yeah. Because just, you play like a huge creature, think you're way ahead on the board, and your opponent just takes it from you and gives you something shit. Yeah, that's going to be annoying. Slingshot Lockpicker. Okay. 3 mana for a 2/3. When Slingshot Lockpicker enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback is equal to its mana cost, and you can plot this to play it for free the following turn. if you plot this, or if you play it normally, the instant and sorcery speed might as well only be a sorcery, because you can only play it for its flashback cost on your turn. Unless there's a way to make plot cards playable on your opponent's turn, which we haven't seen yet. It's probably okay. Again, we'll have to see if there's any really good stuff to play from the graveyard. But, I mean, it's got plot. Plot we can maybe use to make some big zombies and stuff. It's probably good. It's probably good. I'm giving it a poor rating because I don't really know what we'd flashback. But again, flashback is one of the better effects in Magic. I mean, Snapcaster Mage was insane for I don't know how long. Probably still is insane. But Snapcaster Mage had Flash, so this doesn't have Flash. We'll have to see. Slickshot Vaultbuster. A 3-mana 1/4 with Vigilance, and it's a 3/4 if you've committed a crime. It's okay, sure. It's one of those, you know, this is your 23rd card in a deck, and sure, why not? I don't know if blue aggro is going to be a card, is going to be a type, but sure. Spring Splasher. A 2-mana, 2/1. Whenever it attacks, target creature defending player controls gets -3, -0 until end of turn. This can be a really annoying effect. Like, this could be a really annoying effect. There was a card that had this in a previous set, like a Phyrexian set. And I remember having a deck with like 2 or 3 of them, and I was just swinging at my opponent, and nothing he had, like, he only had, like, none of his creatures could block, and because they were all 0/2s or whatever, because of the -3, and yeah, it's a really annoying little card. You can really piss some people off with this card. I don't know if it's good. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's really annoying in Limited. Step Between Worlds. 5-mana, 6 if you plot it. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into their library. Each player who does draws... may shuffle their hand and graveyard into the library. Each player who does draws 7 cards. So it's just a reset. Okay. In Limited, this is probably just annoying. But if you're running this as one of your cards, like, I don't know. What are you trying to do with this card? I don't know. It's a draw 7, I guess. Like, maybe I can't imagine this being good. It's just, I don't think I'd run it, but maybe I would. Probably not. It's just a bit... It's like pay 5 mana to do nothing to the board. It's probably not good enough. Yeah, I don't think it's good enough. Stoic Sphinx. A 4-mana flying flash 5... You're just playing this card. Flash flying. Stoic Sphinx has hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell this turn. This card is a game-winning card. This is gross. This is Blue's game-winning mono-colored thing. This is what Blue wants to be winning the game with. You play this at the end of your opponent's turn. It doesn't have hexproof for the final seconds of your opponent's turn. Whether they have if they have instant speed removal, they can pick it off then. If they don't, it becomes your turn. It has flying and a hexproof, and you just sit there and wait. And then if your opponent play stuff in your opponent's turn, and if he finally removes it, you vomit all your plot cards or something. This is really good. Stop Cold, 4-mana, flash. Ooh. Enchant artifact creature. When it's the battlefield, tap enchanted permanent, and it loses all abilities and doesn't untap. This is slightly expensive for blue removal, but it does have flash, so you can do it at instant speed. And they lose all abilities. They literally can't do anything. So you probably take this just because it's removal. It's like decent blue removal. Take the Fall, a 1 mana instant speed. Target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn. It gets -4/-0 until end of turn if you control an outlaw. Draw a card. Probably good enough. It replaces itself. It's fine. And maybe you get to use it on a creature and block it and kill it without it killing one of yours. This is probably a good card. Just because the draw a card part, it's just a, cantrip. You just bounce it. And there's cards that want you to play multiple cards in a turn, and this just cantrip's great for those. So, yeah, I like this card. I think this card is good in blue. This town ain't big enough. 5 mana to return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. It costs 3 less if it targets a permanent you control. Okay, so for 5 mana, bounce 2 things from your opponent. For 2 mana, bounce 1 thing from your opponent and 1 thing from yourself? Or 2 things from yourself? Because it costs 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. And it's returned 2 target non-land permanents. So, you can bounce 2 things from your opponent for 5, 2 things from yourself for 2, or 1 thing from your opponent and 1 thing from yourself for 2. I think this is actually pretty good. It's, in the late game, it's bounce 2 things from your opponent, which is nice, because it's just get rid of 2. And then your opponent has to replay both of them, and hopefully you can't do that in the same turn. For 2 mana, it's bounce your big scary thing and something I have with a battle cry, hopefully. Or battle cry, with an enter the battlefield effect. Sorry, I've been watching some Hearthstone. I watched Brian Kibler play Hearthstone, so that's where the battle cries come from. Yeah, bounce something on your side with an enter the battlefield effect, hopefully. The only case this is bad is if you literally don't have anything apart from lands. And if you can't afford this, and your opponent is killing you with something, and you don't have anything apart from lands, I mean, you're kind of buggered at that point. I think this is good. I'd probably take this. It's like, sort of like blue removal, I guess. 3 steps ahead. So, for 3 mana, you can counter something. For 4 mana, you can create a token that's a copy of target artifact creature you control. And for 3 mana, you can draw 2, then discard. At instant speed. Yeah, it's a good card. I like this card. It's, got a whole bunch of stuff to it. So you can either 3 mana counter your opponent's thing, 4 mana create an extra token of a card on your side, which is good, and 3 mana at the end of your opponent's turn, draw 2, discard 1. This is a good card. I like this card. It's good in blue. Visage Bandit. Okay. 4 mana, or you can plus 3. You may have Visage Bandit enter the battlefield as a copy of target creature you control, except it's a shapeshifter rogue, in addition to its other types. What would we want to copy? The Sphinx, I guess. I don't know. This is probably really good, and I just don't know where it's really good. But this is probably really good. If you pull it in your sealed or limited, you're probably smarter than I am. You'll probably think up some way to make it really good. But me personally, while I'm just looking through the cards like this, I'm just like, sure. Here's Jace. So, I will say, you'll see down the bottom, this is card 76, this is card 271. Now, I don't know what's happening with this Jace, but there's supposedly 276 cards in this set. The last 5 of them being the basic lands. And then after that, there's a bunch more numbers, but they're all like the special full art things and all that sort of stuff, which we don't look at. So, for some reason, this card isn't in order with the blue cards. It's in with the lands. So, I don't know if this is like a Planeswalker, like a commander-only thing, or like... It's apparently it's in the standard set, but it has like a really... I don't know why it's so outnumbered with everything else. So, we're going to react to it and see what we think of it. But I have no idea why this thing's numbering goes suddenly so weird. So I don't know. Maybe I've done this wrong. Maybe this is like only in Commander, or maybe this is something completely separate. But we've been through that. That's the last blue card. So we've been through all of blue, and we haven't seen another Jace. We haven't seen other Jace. So this is the base Jace. And for some reason, it's number 271. When, as you'll see, like the blue stops at 76 and the black starts at 77. So why is this blue card 271? I don't know. Anyway, a 2-mana Planeswalker. That's terrifying. A 2-mana Okay, you can't cast a spell during your first, second, or third turns of the game. Okay, so actually this is a turn 4 Planeswalker. Slightly less terrifying. When it comes in, you can either draw a card and discard a card. Pretty good. Or exile a non-land card with Exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your hand. If you do, it becomes plotted. Okay. And until end of turn, whenever you cast a spell, holy that's scary. I mean, you can't play in turn 1, 2, or 3, so he has to come down on turn 4. On turn 4, he comes down for 2 mana, leaving 2 left, and you just +1 him to draw a card and discard a card. You probably don't do the plotted thing, unless you have something you really want to plot. I mean, either way, it's a +1, so I guess it doesn't really matter. He doesn't protect himself, but you will have 2 mana left. Also, does this mean Jace got his spark back? How did that happen? I don't think this is that good in limited. If it's turn 4 and your opponent doesn't have a way of attacking into this Jace, then playing it, you've probably won the game, actually, thinking about it. But it's turn 4 and your opponent has nothing that can attack Jace. Really? Because either you're winning the board, which isn't very likely when you're playing blue, or your opponent has played nothing, or you've removed everything your opponent's played, or your opponent has played nothing for 4 turns. It's double blue, which makes this more difficult to play as well. It's not like... I don't know. It's probably good. It's a Planeswalker. They're all good. I just don't know how good it'll actually be in limited being the thing. But it's probably... It's Planeswalker out of 10 because, you know, it's the only rating I can give it. We're on black! I don't think I need to go to the bathroom right away. I'll do it later. A 6-mana 6/2 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent and target creature and opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Expensive. I mean, this is what? I guess this is 6 mana on your opponent's turn. Play this. kill one of their creatures with the -2/-2 and then block another creature and destroy it because it's a 6 power and just fucking smashes anything. It's okay. I'm not a big fan of things like this, but it's just so... Like, the 6 power is great, but it's just going to die to anything. So, like, it doesn't really matter. Binding Negotiation. A 2-mana sorcery. Reveal their hand. Choose... Okay. You may choose another card from it. If you do, they discard it. Otherwise, you may put a face-up exiled card they own into their graveyard. Do you plot face-up? Wait, do you plot face-up? Give me a second. Does plotting... Do you cast to a plotted card... A plotted card's face up? No, right? Surely not. So then... Put a face-up exiled card they own into their graveyard. I'm going to give this a meh. These cards are always very eh. Like, sometimes they hit exactly the card you need and your opponent is super sad and you win. Sometimes they do nothing, so eh. Black Snag Buzzard. 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer. When it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, if a creature died this turn, and you can plot it. It's flying. So you probably take it. I mean, it's a flying 2/1, so it's not exactly big, but if a creature died, it's a 3/2, and that can start chunking your opponent. And you can always plot it and save it for later, so that you can swing with a bunch of stuff, and then when it dies, you can... Yeah, this isn't bad. You maybe play one of these. 1 or 2. Blood Hustler. Okay. 2 mana for a 1/1. Whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on blood... only once each turn, sure. And it triggers itself. This is a good card. I mean... Yeah, no, this is a good card. It's a 2 mana 1/1, which is a bit shit on the stats, but it's not that shit on the stats. And then you can trigger its crime thing pretty easily because you're black, so you probably have like removal and targeting your opponent to remove cards from their hands or whatever. And if you get to 4 mana and you run out of ways of triggering it, you can just tap 4 and trigger it, because then you target an opponent and they lose 1 life and you gain 1 life and then she gets bigger. So yeah, I like this card. This card's good. Boneyard Desecrator. 4 mana for a 3/4 with Menace. Ooh. Sacrifice another creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on Desecrator. If an outlaw was sacrificed this way, create a treasure token. Cost 2 mana to do the sacrificing. This gets bigger. And you can get 1 mana back for like a treasure token, so you can cast bigger stuff later. And it's got Menace. Okay. I don't think you're like mind blown over having this card, but I think it's alright. Caustic Bronco. A 2 mana 2/2, sure. By the way, that looks terrifying to ride. Whenever Caustic Bronco attacks, reveal the top card of your library and put it into your hand. You lose life equal to that card's mana value if it isn't saddled. Otherwise, each opponent loses that much life. Saddle 3. This is better than the frog. This is better than the frog. This is definitely better than the frog. Yeah, I like this card. So this is a 2-mana 2/2 that has a similar effect to what Baby Sorin had, the 4-mana Sorin. That was his +1 was reveal the top card of your library. You take life equal to its mana cost. You're happy doing that because it's an extra card. Let me tell you, if you're getting extra cards, your life is all the way down to 1 HP. Your life is less valuable than magic cards. And if you could start saddling this thing and making your opponents pay their life for your cards, you are really fucking happy. This card is good. This card, I like this card. This card is very good. Consuming Ashes, 4 mana, instant speed, exile something. And then surveil if it's little. Very good. Yep. Looks like white and black are going to have some decent removal options, which means that creatures are probably going to be completely useless. But hey, it's good. Corrupted Conviction. It's well, a reprint or renaming of a card we've seen a million times. 1 mana, instant speed, sack a creature, draw 2 cards. This card's good. If your opponent tries to do anything to your stuff, you just, boop, thank you, 2 cards. Desert's Dew. 2 mana, target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn, and it gets -1/-1 until end of turn for each desert you control. It's removal. I don't know how many deserts there are, but if you have a bunch of deserts, it's already good removal. So, sure. Desperate Bloodseeker. A 2 mana, 2/2 with lifelink, and when it enters the battlefield, target player mills 2 cards. It's fine. Yeah, 2/2 with lifelink, I'd take that, and then the mill thing is fine. Fake Your Own Death. 2 mana for an instant speed until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gain. Oh, whenever it dies, it comes back. And you create a treasure token. Wow, this is really good. Yeah, this is very good. Very good. Yeah, I imagine I'm going to get fucked over by this card repeatedly, and it's going to make me annoyed. But it is a very good card, so. Forsaken Miner. A 1 mana 2/2 that can't block. And whenever you commit a crime, it comes back. This is a good card. This is probably good enough to make some sort of black aggro thing work. It's literally a 1 mana 2/2 that just keeps attacking, and if you ever kill it, it just waits until you kill something of your opponents and just comes back. This is really good. Maybe not in limited. No, yeah, in limited, this is still really good. It's a 1 mana 2/2 that just starts smashing. Yeah, this is good. Gisa, the Hellraiser. You're 5. Aren't you Geralt's sister? What's he doing at 3? Oh my god, you're so much better as well. 5 mana, 4/4 with Ward 2 and pay 2 life. Get fucked. Skeletons and zombies you control get +1/+1 and I am making a zombie deck with those two. This is happening. You control get +1/+1 and have menace. Whenever you commit a crime, create 2 tapped 2/2 blue and black zombie rogue creature tokens only once each turn. This is good. These are good cards. Very good cards. This is a game-winning card. This is just game-winning. If your opponent doesn't immediately deal with this, you probably just win. In black especially. Because you're going to be committing crimes like it's going out of style. Destroying stuff, exiling things, looking at the hand and doing whatever. Anything you can get your hands on that commits a crime, you're going to be using it with this card to make 3/3s with menace. Like, they're tapped, so you can't do it first turn, but imagine, you just go, blow up your creature, 2 3/3s with menace. Blow up your creature and 2 3/3s with menace, swing for 6. Blow up your creature and 2 3/3s with menace, swing for 12. Blow up your creature and 2 3/3s with menace, swing for 18. Like, this just gets out of hand. This card is incredible. And I'm going to have to make a zombie deck around her, I'm sure. I'm excited, actually. Maybe I'll just... we'll have to see, but this could be good fun. She's so much better than her brother, by the way. Holy shit. Hollow Marauder, a set... Okay, I was going to say a 7 mana 4/2. Yeah, I'm alright, thanks. A 7 mana 4/2 that costs 1 less for each creature card in your graveyard. So you're probably playing this for like 1 eventually. It's got flying, so you're playing it. And whenever it enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each discard a card. For each of those opponents who didn't discard a card with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. Yeah, this is good. I like this card. Like, you're not... It's not costing 7. Not in limited. You're just going to be... People are going to be killing creatures and... Yeah, you're just... This is not... This is a good card. It probably costs 3 or 4. If you're doing a lot more, like, interaction stuff... If you're doing a lot more, like, graveyard shenanigan-y things and milling and stuff, this probably costs, like, 1 or 2. I like this card. Insatiable Avarice. Right? For 3 mana, search your library for a card, then shuffle and put it on top. And then for another 3, but this time it's all black, target player draws 3 cards and loses 3 life. This is probably good. This is probably very good. Well, in limited, yeah. Yeah, in limited is probably good as well. Sorcery speed? Yeah, it's still probably good. It's pay 3, draw 3, lose 3, which you're fine with. And search your library for exactly the card you want and put it on top of your library. Also very good. Unless your opponent has mill, weirdly. So, yeah, this is probably good. Karavek the Punisher. It's a 3 mana 3/3. Whenever you commit a crime, which you're going to be doing every time you sneeze in black, exile up to 1 target black card from your graveyard and copy it. You may cast the copy. If you do, you lose 2 life. Yeah, this card's gross. Again, this is... black and casting crimes is just gonna... It's just gonna work. Like, I feel like maybe they've limited the amount of targeting that black can do in the set. But, I mean, this Garrot, what's her name? Fucking Geisha. Yeah, if you're committing crimes, your opponent's getting sad. This card is really good as well. Black's got some good cards. Lively Dirge. Okay. 2 mana, well, 3 mana, search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. Okay. 4 mana, return up to 2 creature cards with total mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, it's probably pretty good. They go to the battlefield, not to your hand. So this is probably very good. I like these zombies. I'm going to have to make a zombie deck. But yeah, this is probably very good. Mourner's Surprise. 2 mana, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, create one of those mercenary things. It's fine. Again, if you've got like Geisha or whatever, Geisha, this one, you probably just fill your deck with everything that returns creatures, right? Because you just want her permanently. So, sure, this is another one. Neutralize the Guards. 3 mana, creature's target opponent controls gets -1/-1. Surveil. It's probably not going to kill anything. So, one of the weakest board wipes in history. I don't think you're playing this. Maybe you are, but I don't think you are. Nezumi Linebreaker. A 1/1 that when it dies creates a 1/1 for 1. Yep, it's good. You play it. There's not much to say. It's a 1/1 that makes a 1/1. Black loves that kind of shit. So, yeah, we're definitely playing that. Overzealous Muscle. A 5 mana 5/4 whenever you commit a crime during your turn. Okay, you have to commit it during your turn. it gains indestructible. Yeah, this is probably good. Like I said, you're going to be committing crimes like it's going out of style in black. Whether it's in limited or... I mean, maybe in limited not quite so much, but in standard, you're going to be vomiting out crimes. You're going to be performing... Like, turn one, you're going to start committing crimes. Like... again, this is more of a limited review, so this is probably still good, because there's probably still plenty of ways to commit crimes. We haven't seen a 2-mana instant speed black removal yet, though. Unless we see one of those, maybe not so good. Pitiless Carnage. 4 mana, sacrifice any number of permanents you control, then draw that many cards. With plot. I don't think I like this card in limited, but maybe if you've got too many lands, you could just chew through lands for it, because it's permanent, so lands count. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think I'd run this card, but maybe it's good and I'm just stupid. Rakish Crew. 3 mana, it makes a 1/1 dude, and whenever an outlaw dies, each opponent loses. This is probably good. Like, it's one of those things, whenever you have a thing that vamps your opponent, whenever a creature dies, black just goes over the moon, because they can just sack everything to make everything go crazy. So this is probably good. How good is it in limited? Depends how many mercenaries how many outlaws you can get. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess. Probably pretty good. Probably okay. This is probably playable just to have. Rattleback Apothecary. A 3 mana 3/2 with Death Touch. Whenever you commit a crime, target creature you control against your choice of menace or lifelink. This is a good card. It's got Death Touch. It's a 3 mana 3/2 with Death Touch. It's a good card. It blocks anything, kills it, attacks people. People aren't going to want to block. When you commit a crime, you can give it self lifelink and just start swinging. Your opponent's going to be sad because they need to block it at that point because it's got lifelink, but they don't want to because it'll kill whatever blocks it. So I think this is a good card. I like this card. Raven of Fell Omens. 2 mana for a 1/2 flyer. Whenever you commit a crime, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Yeah, you probably play this. Probably play a couple of these. Like I said, you're probably committing a crime all the fucking time. So, yeah. Probably a couple of these. These are very good. I mean, they're flyers, so you're happy to have them. And they can just peck away at your opponent and then just start draining when they can't peck anymore. It's good. Rictus Robber. Sure. 4 mana, 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, if a creature died this turn, create a zombie and you can plot. I mean, it's a 4 mana 6/5 across 2 bodies, technically, if a creature died this turn. I'd say this is pretty good. Especially because you probably can sack things and get this thing going, and you can plot it, so you can probably do a whole bunch of stuff all in one turn. And again, if you've got Geralt or his sister, you can do gross things with that. Yeah, this is probably good. Rooftop Assassin. A 4 mana flash flying lifelink. For 2/2. A 4 mana 2/2 isn't great, but it does have flying and lifelink and flash, so you play it in your opponent's turn. Destroy target creature and opponent controls it. These sort of cards are generally okay. They're not, insane. But this one is probably the best of the lot because it's got flying, lifelink, and flash. Well, they all have flash, but because it's got flying and lifelink, you probably play at one of these, maybe. Rush of Dread. Right. 3 mana, target opponent sacrifice half the creature they control rounded up. 5 mana, target opponent discards half the cards in their hand rounded down. 5 mana, target opponent loses half their life rounded up. Oh, it's rounded up, sorry. All of them are rounded up. This is okay. Yeah, this is pretty good. If your opponent has a bunch of creatures, you could just half them. I mean, they're going to sack all the shitty ones, but maybe that's enough. Discard half the cards in their hand. If you're playing up against control deck, you can just get rid of all of their stored up cards. Although most control decks, I'm assuming, are going to be plotting in this. So it probably doesn't do anything. And lose half their life rounded up. Sure, maybe that's how you plan on killing them. Yeah, it's okay. Servant of the Stinger. A 2 mana 1/3 with Death Touch. That when it deals combat damage to a player, if you've committed a crime, you may sacrifice it. If you do, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, and shuffle. You probably just play this as a 2 mana 1/3 with Death Touch that blocks anything. The rest of it is nice. Sorry. The rest of it is nice, but it's not necessary. So yeah, you probably just play this as a 2 mana Death Touch 1/3. This is fine. I'm not excited about it, but sure. Shoot the Seraph. 2 mana destroy. There it is. There's our 2 mana destroy a creature. Waiting for it. Okay. So non-outlaw though. So if somebody's everyone else is fair game. I like that. Okay, so if someone else is playing Outlaws or there's a really good Outlaw thing, I'm going to have to stop for a second, chat. I really need to go to the bathroom again. I will be right back. Oh, sorry about that, chat. I am back. Right. What else do I think about this card? It is uncommon. And that's about it. Yeah. Instant speed, 2 mana, removal. We all know it exists. That's just going to happen. The fact that it's uncommon means that it's not going to be, you know, every other creature you own gets blown up by this, but cheap way to commit crimes. Like, this is the one we were looking for. We just had to wait for it. Skullduggery. 2 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1, and target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1. Again, cheap ways to trigger crimes. And a decent combat trick, because you probably win the fight with this. Probably an okay card. Again, well, I think the fact that it just triggers crimes for 1 is pretty good. Tiny Bones joins up. 1 mana for a legendary enchantment. When Tiny Bones joins up, enters the battlefield, any number of target players each discard a card. Okay. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, any number of target players each mills a card and loses a life. This isn't very good. This just isn't. I mean, it's 1 mana, so maybe, but how many legendary creatures are you going to have? Like 1 or 2 maybe in your deck? This isn't very good. So it's 1 mana, make someone discard a card. Sure. I don't know how much people are going to care about that. But I think in Limited, I don't think this card is particularly good. And here's Tiny Bones himself. A 1 mana 1/1 with Death Touch, and when it deals combat damage for a player, you may cast target non-land permanent from that player's graveyard, and mana at any time can be spent to cast that spell. Good card. Is it crazy good? You play this on turn 1. On turn 2, it swings. Your opponent probably doesn't have anything in their graveyard. And even if they do, you still have to spend your mana for it. I think this can be good, but I think it needs a little bit of help. The issue is you kind of, like, it trades with anything it attacks, that blocks it, which is great. But early on, there's not going to be anything in your opponent's graveyard, and later on, it's probably getting blocked, because anything that blocks it kills it. I still think it's a good card. I just don't know how good it is. I mean, if I get it in my limited pool, I'm going to play it. But I don't know how good it actually is going to turn out to be, because, again, you need some help with it. Like, you need to be putting stuff in your opponent's graveyard, and then it's cast. So, and it's non-land as well, so you can't, like, steal their lands or anything. You have to specifically get them to discard or have a card in their graveyard that is not, that they put there. That's, yeah, like a non-land that they put there. And then they have to let this through, or you have to kill whatever's in the way. It's a lot of work, and even then, you still have to spend the mana to cast whatever it is. Treasure Dredger. 2 mana for a 2/2, and you can pay 1 tap, pay 1 life, create a treasure token. I don't think we've seen anything that cares about treasure yet, so sure. I don't know. I don't know how much we would care about this, because I don't think we've seen anything that really cares about treasure. I mean, no, Sean, I'm in the middle of a stream. Yeah, I don't think I care about this. Maybe it's good. Thanks. Maybe it's... I mean, pay 1 life for an extra mana you can use later is okay, I guess. It's just a bit slow. I don't know. If there's something that likes treasures, this could be great, but we haven't seen anything that cares about treasures yet, so I don't know. Unfortunate Accident. For 4 mana, instant speed, destroy target creature, and for 2 mana, create a mercenary. Sure. It's expensive. 4 mana, destroy a creature? But I guess if you don't have a creature to destroy, it's a dude as well. I think these multi-ability cards are okay. They give you some flexibility, which I like. So I'd probably run this just because it's removal that's flexible. But I think 4 mana is a bit pricey for instant speed removal, if I'm honest. Unscrupulous Contractor. 3 mana for a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. And you can plot it. This is probably good.
Like, you're black. You're quite happy vomiting, killing your own stuff and vomiting out, tokeny garbage. This is probably fine. It's probably good, in fact. Yeah. Yeah, this is probably good. I like this card. It's just 3 mana. It's 3 mana a guy that draws 2, lose, with draw 2, lose 2 staple to him, which is great. Vadmir, New Blood. So it's a 2 mana 2/2. Whenever you commit a crime, which, like I said, in black you'll be doing accidentally. You'll be stepping over all the crimes you've accidentally committed. Tripping on them down the stairs. Whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Vadmir, New Blood, only once each turn. Sure. As long as Vadmir has 4 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it has Menace and Lifelink. This is a good card. This is a good card. He grows. And when he gets real big, he heals you. Like, that's the main thing. If you're not blocking with this guy because you want him to grow, your opponent's probably getting some damage through. But when he gets big enough that he has lifelink, you just start smashing your opponent back and healing all the damage they dealt to you. This card is very good. Black has got some very good cards in it. Vault Plunderer, a 3 mana 3/1 that when it enters the battlefield, target player draws. Yeah, this is fine. It's a good card. Replace itself. We like this. And again, the only life that matters is the last one. So we like this card. And we're on to red. I think this is the final color, and then we'll be swapping over onto my second screen of cards. So black, I mean, it's got some very good cards. Again, I'm not sure about Tiny Bones, but like Vadmir I like. Shoot the Sheriff is just more 2 mana removal. I mean, I like a lot of these cards. Kavrik is insane. Gisa is... I'm building a deck around this woman, so better believe I like her. Yeah, there's a lot of cool black cards in this set. I think at the moment, white with its whole flash flying thing is probably very good because you just fly over and murder everybody. But I think black is probably going to be the most fun to play because you're just going to be committing crimes all the time. Planning out when to commit crimes against your opponent. So let's see what red's got to offer, shall we? Maybe, I imagine more crimes. Right. Brimstone Roundup. 2 mana for an enchantment. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a dude. With the plot. I guess if you're plotting a bunch of cards, this can be good. Sure. It only triggers once because it's only the second spell. But it's cheap. It's 2 mana. Turn 2, play this. Not that big a deal. Yeah, it's fine. What the fuck? Calamity Galloping Inferno. 6 mana for a 4/6 with haste. I like that. It's attacking immediately. Whenever Calamity Galloping Inferno attacks while saddled, choose a non-legendary creature that's saddled it this turn and create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of it. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. Repeat this process once. Okay. You've got a 1/1. You play Calamity. You saddle Calamity. He attacks immediately. You make another 1/1 that's also attacking. And then you make another 1/1 that's also attacking because you repeated the process. This has to be good, right? Unless they have, like, removal the instant it comes down. This is copy a creature twice, they're attacking, smash. Like, on the turn it comes down because it's got haste as well. This card's great. I want to use this card. I want to play this card. This card sounds awesome. Caught in the Crossfire. 3 mana, caught in the crossfire deals 2 damage to each outlaw. Or 3 deals 2 damage to each non-outlaw. Remember what I said, that red might have a way to just deal damage, or 1 damage to everything, or 2 damage to everything? Fibblethip is crying right now, because for 3 mana, you could just blow him and everything else off the board, probably. I think this is certainly more playable than that black -1/-1 thing. Is it good, though? It's instant speed. 3 mana, 2 to everything. Yeah, this is probably fine. And you can choose which one. For 4 mana, you can just blow up the entire board, or 2 damage to the entire board. This is fine. I think this is okay. This is playable. Cunning Coyote. Haste. Ooh, looks like we've got a lot more new haste things to come. It's 2 mana for a 2/2 with haste. When it enters the battlefield, another type creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains haste. And it's got plot. Okay, I like this. So you plot this, and then you play something else, and then this comes down and gives whatever that something else is haste. And then they both go. This is a good little card. I like this. I like that card a lot. Deadeye Duelist. 2 mana, 1/3 with reach that deals 1 damage to target opponent for 1. It's fine. You're probably going to want a bunch of reach creatures, because we saw how much flying blue and white had. And the ping is, maybe relevant. Maybe they're on that last life, and maybe this kills them. I'm not too excited to be running one of these, but, you probably run 1. Maybe 2. Demonic Ruckus. Hey, that's Rakdos. How's he doing? I did know Rakdos was in the set. I have seen the title Rakdos the Muscle, but I haven't actually seen the card yet. But I knew he was here. As much as I love Rakdos, I did already see Rakdos. 2 mana for enchantment. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1, has menace and trample. Okay. And whenever it's put into a graveyard, draw a card. And you can plot it. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm fine with this. Replaces itself when it comes off a creature. I like this card. This is another decent... Like, if there's a bunch of haste things and this sort of stuff, you can get really aggressive with red. I like this. Discerning Peddler. 2 mana for a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. Okay, you may loot. Sure. It's a fine card. It's a very average, you just run 1 of these or 2 of these and you're okay about it because it loots. Sure, whatever. Explosive Derailment. For 3 mana, 4 damage type creature, like that. For 3 mana, destroy target artifact. Yes, I think this is good. Instant speed. You can either destroy an artifact or deal 4 damage. It's one of those ones. I like these modal ones that give you different options. Like, I think this is good. I think this is a good card. I would take it in limited at least. It's good in limited again. Yeah, in limited. What the fuck? Ferocification? Ferocification. Interesting. 3 mana for an enchantment at the beginning of combat on your turn. Choose 1. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Target creature you control gains menace and haste until end of turn. This is a card that probably isn't good enough, but I still want to run it just because. Again, you play some fat green bomb and then go, oh, and it's got haste and menace, and your opponent goes, concede. Like, it's one of those cards where it's probably not good, but God, I want it to be just go ham. I like it. I'd probably run this card. It's probably not good. Maybe it's good in limited because, giving a creature haste every turn is probably really gross. But yeah, I'd run this card. Even if it drops turn 3, I'd probably run this card. Gila Corsa. 3 mana for a 4/2. Whenever it attacks while saddled, exile top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Ooh, I like this one. This card's good. A 3 mana 4/2. It's aggressively statted. Saddles for 1. And if they don't blow it up, you swing with it on your turn saddled, get an extra card off the top of your library. Yeah, big fan. Like this card. The Great Train Heist. Okay. For 4 mana, untap all creatures you control. If it's your combat phase, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. Okay. 3 mana, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain first strike until end of turn. Jesus, that's good. 2 mana, choose target opponent. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to that player this turn, create a tapped treasure token. Okay, this is scary. So what? 1, 4, 5, 6. So for 7, you So for 7, you swing with everything. Declare all your attackers. Pay 7. Untap, there's an additional combat phase. Everything gets +1/+1 and +1/+0 and first strike. And anything that hits you, I get treasure. Bam. Go again. Bam. Treasure ocean. Right? This is... I mean, if you can do this for 6... Yeah, honestly, you probably don't give a shit about the treasure. If you can do this for 6, 2 attack steps, all your creatures get +1/+0 and gain first strike, you probably just win the game. This is probably like 6 mana, you win the game. Yep. I think so. I think this is 6 mana, you win the game. Unless you've just been board wiped or you're really far behind. Have we seen a board wipe yet? Yes, the white one. White had a board wipe. For like 7, but still, white had a board wipe. Yes. Hell to pay. Oh, it costs X. That's where all those treasures go. 1 and X deals X damage to target creature. Boo! Not face. I wanted face. Create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to the creature this way. Boo! Let me laser cannon you in the face. Alright, fine. It's removal. You probably just play it. It's removal, and you can make a bunch of treasure tokens out of it. It's probably not very efficient removal, but you fuck it. It's removal, fine. Hellspur Brute. It's a 5 mana 5/4 with affinity for Outlaws. Okay. With trample. This is probably pretty good. I mean, a lot of cards seem to be Outlaws, especially in red, black, and blue. So you can probably get this costing 2 or 3. 2 or 3 for a 5/4 with trample is scary. I like this card. I think this card's good. Hellspur Posse Boss. Okay. 4 mana for a 2/4. Other Outlaws you control have haste. This is a good card. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 of the mercenary tokens we don't care about. So it's actually a 4/6 for 4 that gives every other outlaw you control haste. And on that turn... Oh no, it can't attack itself. But on that turn, it can give something +2/+0 because the 2 mercenaries that it made do have haste. This is a good card. Red's got some nice cards as well. Holy shit. Highway Robbery. Okay. 2 mana. You may discard a card or sacrifice a land. If you do, draw 2 cards. This is good. The sacrifice a land bit is what does it. Discard a card, draw 2 is kind of commonplace in red. But sack a land, draw 2 is pretty good. It's got plot as well, so you can do it late, save it for later, which I like. Yeah. No, I like this. This is a good set. This is a good card, sorry. Yeah. Very good card, I think. I mean, in limited. Yeah. It's probably still good, because you're probably going to have excess lands, and you can just blow one of them up, draw 2 cards. Yeah, this is probably really good. Irascible Wolverine? A 3 mana 3/2 when it enters the battlefield, exile top card of your library. You may play that this turn. You can plot it so you can pay it for free later. Again, these are nice little cards. Like, a 3 mana 3/2 that can exile the top card of your library that you can play, that would be okay. But because you can plot it, I suppose plotting it does make it slower, but I don't think that's too bad, especially with that one that gives something haste. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because plot will slow you down a turn, but it will mean you have a really, really explosive turn later on. We'll have to see. Iron Fist Pulverizer. A 5 mana 4/5 with reach. I like the reach. I was saying we're going to need some reach against all those flying creatures. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, it deals 2 damage to target opponent and you scry 1. I'd probably run one just for the 4/5 with reach, and if you've got a bunch of what's it called? Plot. If you've got a bunch of plot cards, you can probably trigger this several turns in a row, or 2 or 3 turns in a row in limited, and that's good. Mostly just for the scry. I don't think you care too much about doing 2 damage to your opponent, unless it's the last 2, but you do care about the scry. So I like this card. I think this card's okay as well. I like a lot of these cards in this set. The last set was just kind of boring, so this is really doing it for me. A 3 mana 3/3 with reach, and when it becomes plotted, deal 2 damage to any target. So, I don't understand plotted. I'm gonna have to go watch a YouTube video about plotted to see if you plot face up or whether you plot face down. I mean, this one at least when you plot it, your opponent knows what it is because you say it deals 2 damage to any target. I think this card is probably good. I mean, like I said, it's a 3/3 with reach for 3. I'd play that. And then if you can wait some turns, you can plot it, deal 2 damage to something, kill something off, and then later play it again as a 3/3 with reach. So it's fine. I need to go look up how plotted works, though. And Magda the Horde Master. Magda's back. 2 mana for a 2/2. Whenever you commit a crime, create a tapped treasure token. Only once each turn. Fine. Red has a lot of ways to commit crime as well, so it's fine. Sacrifice 3 treasures. Create a 4/4 red Scorpion Dragon creature token with flying and haste. This card's good. You have to kill her immediately. There's been some other... There was... now the things that make treasure I'm actually okay with. Hell to Pay as well. Hell to Pay into Magda. Sacrifice all those excess treasures and get some 4/4s. That's decent. They have haste as well. So they just start smashing. Yeah, Magda's good. Magda's very good. Yeah. Is this the best card we've seen so far? Well, no. Maybe. I like Gisa, but I don't... this might be better. No, because Gisa does it a lot easier, doesn't she? Well, they both have commit crime, but then this only makes 1, and then Gisa just makes... Yeah, no, Gisa's better. But this is still very good, I think. Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be very good. Especially with all the ways you can make treasure. Not just in this set, but in general. In Limited, you can still do it a lot in this set as well, so yeah, very good. Magebane Lizard. 2 mana for a 1/4. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, it deals damage. It deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast this turn. Okay. Sure. I don't know. This is... again, this is one of those... This is like a sideboard card. If you're going up against like the saving up, plotting, spell slinging deck, you put as many of these as you can cram into your deck. if you're playing up against like white flying creatures, this is fucking worthless. So, yeah. I think you just leave it in your sideboard, and depending on what your opponent plays in the first game, you put this in or take it out. Or, yeah, you put this in instead of other things. But, yeah, I don't... This card isn't good by itself, I don't think. Mine Raider. 3 mana for a 3/2 with trample. It's an outlaw, so you can also give it haste and all the rest of that stuff. When it enters the battlefield, if you control another outlaw, create a treasure. Yeah, it's good. 3 mana, 3/2 with trample that creates treasure if you've got other dudes and you're in red, and so you're probably going to have a whole bunch of other dudes. Yeah, this is good. I like this. Outlaws Fury. 3 mana, instant speed. Target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn, but nothing else. If you control an outlaw, exile top card of your library until end of turn, you may play that card. This is like the most mediocre of... Oh no, wait, it's all creatures you control. Maybe you run like one of these? Having a singular overrun effect is pretty good. We haven't seen any in red that would be good, that like attached to anything that would be better than this. Yeah, okay. This is probably playable. Yeah, this is probably good. Prickly Pear. A 3 mana 2/2 that creates one of the 1/1 mercenaries. Okay, sure. Technically, it's 3/3 for 3, I guess. Again, I'm not sure how to rate these mercenary things. I guess, sure. Quick Draw. 1 mana instant type creature you control gets +1/+1 against first strike. Creatures target opponents control lose first strike and double strike. Oh, this is good. Yeah. Pretty much guarantees your creature wins whatever it's in a fight with, because yours gets first strike and +1/+1, and theirs loses any ability to hit back. Yeah, good card. Quilled Charger. A 4 mana, 4/3. When it attacks while saddled, it is a 5/5 with menace. But you're saddling a 2 power card, which would be 6 damage if this wasn't saddled. So you're essentially using this to keep the saddled creature alive. And still get damage in. I'd say this card's mediocre at best. I mean, it's still a 5/5 on the attack with menace, as long as it's saddled, but I just think there's... I mean, maybe you run like one of these just to have like a big thing. Sure. Reckless Lackey. A 1... Wow. Holy shit, this thing's good. What? A 1 mana 1/2 with first strike and haste that for 3 you can draw a card and create a treasure token. This card's gross. I mean, you play this turn 1, like, goodbye Rampaging Goblin, you fucking suck. This is a 1 mana 1/2 that swings first turn and has first strike, so it beats anything apart from itself. This probably beats turn 2 creatures. Well, no, because they might have some 2/2s, but this is really, really good. I like this card. This is very good. I'd run like 2 or 3 of these. Resilient Roadrunner. 2 mana for a 2/2 with haste. Is this Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote? Okay. 2 mana for a 2/2 haste protection from coyotes, yeah. And for 3 mana, it can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. I mean, sure, I'd play this. 2 mana, 2/2 with haste and protection. Where's the coyote? Oh, this. This is Wile E. Coyote. And it's chasing the Roadrunner. It's like one screen side by side. Yeah, I mean, I play both of them. I like both of them. Things with haste make me happy, so I'll play both of them. Return the Favor. 3 mana to copy target instant spell, sorcery spell, activated ability or triggered ability. Choose new cards for targets for the copy. Sure. Or change the target of target spell or ability with a single target. So for 4 mana, you can change the target of your opponent's kill spell to one of their creatures, then copy it and kill another one of their creatures. Yes, I like this card just because it's the ultimate fuck you know. This is a Uno reverse card with a ×2 staple to it, and I'm a big fan. I mean, I don't know how good. No, it's got to be like. This is one of those ones where maybe it sits in your hand and it isn't particularly useful if your opponent's just beating your ass with creatures. But like, come on, when you pull it off, this card's fucking hilarious. I'd run this. Rodeo Pyromancers. 4 mana for a 3/4. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn, add 2. Sure, this is fine. I mean, maybe with plot because you're casting things for free. Generating mana. Sure, this is probably good. I'd have to, see it in action, but this is probably fine. I'm not super excited about this one, but there's probably some dirty combo you can do with this. I just don't know it. Scale Storm Summoner. A 3 mana 3/3, sure. Whenever it attacks, create a 3/1 red dinosaur creature token if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Probably pretty good, actually. With all those mercenaries, you can give things +1 power with a lot. This doesn't necessarily need to go into a deck with big things. This just needs a couple of mercenaries to... this needs 1 mercenary to pump itself. Whenever it attacks, create if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, yeah, so itself. So you need 1 mercenary to pump itself, then attack, and you create a 3/1 token. This is a good... That's a very good card. I actually might have underestimated the mercenaries if there's more stuff like this in here. Scorching Shot. 2 mana, 5 damage. It's removal, we take it. Slick Shot Show Off. Okay. 2 mana for a 1/2 with flying and haste. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it becomes a 3/2. And you can plot it. It's got flying, it's got haste, it can get stronger, it's got all the things you want, and it smashes your opponent in the face. This is probably just really good. Stingerback... What? Stingerback Terror is a 4 mana 7/7 flying trample. It gets -1/-1 for each card in your hand. Good thing you're playing red and have ejected that shit into the board. And it's got plot 3 so you can play it later. This card is really good. Absolutely fucking incredible, right? Because you just plot all the cards you want, vomit the cards you don't, and then you have a turn that's draw a card. Oh look, I play the land. Vomit your plot cards, and this is a 7/7 with trample. And if you've got the coyote, it's probably got haste as well. So you just smash. Like, yeah, this card's really good. Holy shit. Also, big fan of the Scorpion Dragon. That sounds like nightmare fuel, and I love it. Take for a Ride. Okay, 3 mana, sorcery, but it has flash as long as you've committed a crime this turn. Oh, wait, you can take one of your opponent's creatures in their at instant speed? That's really good, by the way. Your opponent attacks with a bunch of stuff, you just nick their dude and block with their own creature, removing 2 sets of damage. This can be very good as long as you can like do something in your opponent's turn to trigger the flash effect, and still have enough mana to play this. The thing is, I don't really care about game control stuff, but then I get screwed over by it sometimes. So I'm going to give this a I wouldn't run it, but it's going to hurt me sometime out of 10. Because that's what happens with these cards. Terror of the Peaks is back. Oh, mate, I love this card. This card is so good. 5 mana, yeah, 5/4 flying. Whenever an opponent casts a spell that targets it, they lose 3 life. Or they have to pay 3 to cast it. And whenever another creature enters the battlefield, it gets to ping something for that creature's power. This is a reprint. It was... I mean, it's a limited nuke. Like, it's so good. You play this, and if your opponent doesn't answer it, they're probably dead. Because every creature you play afterwards is either going to ping them in the face, blow up a creature, and this is just going to start smashing them in the air. This card is so good. It was so good the first time it came around, and even though it didn't see a massive amount of play in Limited because it dies to Doomblade, or in Standard because it dies to Doomblade, I really like this card. I'm really happy with the red cards. God, I hope I get some good red cards when I go to my pre-release. Thunder Salvo. 2 mana, deals X damage to type creature, where X is 2, so 2 mana for 2 damage, plus the number of spells you've cast this turn. Okay. Yeah. This is like play a bunch of plotted cards, blow up something. It's not half bad. I think that's pretty good. Because at bare minimum, it's 2 for 2 damage, which isn't great, but it's not the worst card ever printed in the world, so sure. Trick Shot. 5 mana, deals 6 damage to target creature and 2 damage to up to 1 other target creature token. It's instant speed removal, we run it. I think that's the last card. Yeah, weirdly, the red cards stop at T. But yeah, it's instant speed removal. 6 damage is a lot, and 2 damage to a token probably kills any token. We've seen mercenary tokens, and that's about it. Apart from the blue card that multiplies things into tokens. But if your opponent's got that down, you're probably screwed anyway. There's some really good red cards. I mean, Terror of the Peaks. This Stinger back Terror is really good. I think this Scale Storm Summoner could be really good as well. I like the Roadrunner and I like the Coyote. There's a lot of really nice red cards. I think red impressed me, actually. I think red's got some good stuff. But... Sorry, chat. I pressed the wrong thing. I must have been pressing some buttons. There you go. Yes, this is the first card. So we're on to green. We're actually getting through this a lot faster than I thought we would. It's only been, what, 3 hours, and we've already done white, blue, black, and red. Of those, red and black were probably my favorite. Yeah. I want to try black, blue zombies as well. But, I mean, red has got some very cool, fast, hasty things that I like. And black has the Gisser who does zombie things, and that makes me happy. Let's see what green has to offer for the day, shall we? Green and then multicolored. Multicolored will probably slow down for a lot, because there's going to be a lot in multicolored, I imagine, that we're going to have to talk through. But, first card is Aloe Alchemist. A 2-mana 3/2 with Trample. That's well statted. When it becomes plotted, target creature gains +3/+... Target creature gets +3/+2 and gains Trample until end of turn. 2 mana to plot. I mean, this is decent on turn 2. Decent if you plot it as a pump spell. If you plot it, you can just play it later. I think this is pretty good. There's a lot of just pretty good cards in this set that I'm a big fan of. Ankle Biter, 1/1 Death Touch. Yeah, there's lots of these cards. They're always fine. They're not, insane, but they're fine. Beast Bond Outcaster. Okay. 3 mana for a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. And you can plot this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If you had, sorry, I keep hitting the button. If you had a mercenary, the ones that give +1/+0 for tapping, you play this card. It enters the battlefield as a 3/3. This effect goes onto the stack. If you tap the mercenary to buff this to a 4/3, and then let the trigger resolve, you'd get to draw the card, right? I think that's how it would work. Pretty good. I like this card. I mean, I'm going to say that a lot. I love green, so you're going to be hearing a lot of I like this card. But I think this card's pretty good. Depending on how many just base, I mean, because the mercenaries pump power, you can probably just use the mercenaries a lot with green cards and just get them there. There was also the red cards that made dinosaurs for whenever it attacked and had the power. Yeah. I mean, you could always, if you've already got something that has 3 power, you could use a mercenary to pump that and then play this. So, yeah, this card's good. Betrayal at the Vault. 6 mana, instant speed, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of 2 other target creatures. This is very expensive. Like, it's, remove 2 things if you have something bigger, which you're in green, so hopefully you do. But 6 mana is a lot. I mean, it's removal, you probably take it, but 6 mana is a lot. Bristleback Sentry, a 2 mana 3/3 defender. As long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater, it can attack that didn't have defender. I think we've seen this before in other sets, similar style creatures. And yeah, I like these sort of cards. You can play it on turn 2. It just walls everything on the ground for a while, and then when you start to get big stuff because you're green, it can start hitting your opponent. Like it. Big fan. Bristly Bill Spine Sower. Oh god, it has landfall. Okay. 2 mana for a 2/2. Landfall. Whenever land is back under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. For 5, double the number of +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. Oh! This is probably... is it the strongest card we've seen? Really? I mean, the problem with the other ones is... Like, Gisa, you can react because you need to perform a crime. Terror of the Peaks, you need to play a creature. Like, there's most of the other things need, like, a trigger that you can interact with. This, you just play him and play a land, and he gets a +1/+1 counter, it becomes a 3/3. Even if he's the only thing on the board. Like, landfall is always really good because you can't react to it, because playing a land isn't an action. You just play a land. Or, I mean, it is an action, but it's not something you can react to. It's nothing like priority isn't passed. So when this is on the stack, your opponent can counter it, but once it's entered the battlefield, you don't have to pass priority to trigger this thing. With everything else, if you want to commit a crime, blah, 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 do whatever, you have to cast the spell, and your opponent can see it happening and can blow up Gisa, or if they see the creature, blow up the terror, whatever. But this, you just play a land, and they can't interact with this creature. I mean, they could blow it up when it changes phases, but they could have done that with Gisa and the other one as well. This is the kind of card I want to play. Is it that good? Yeah, probably. It's really good. It's got landfall. Landfall's just good. Getting anything out of playing lands is always really good. I hate everything about what's on my screen right now. Cactarantula. I want it to die. A 6 mana 6/5 with reach. Ah, here's a reach card like this actually. Costs 1 less to cast if you control a desert, so it is a 5 mana 6/5 with reach. And when it becomes a target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. Like, I hate it. I hate it because I hate spiders, and this thing looks like a spider made out of pain. I hate it, but it's probably something that I would run at least one of in a deck. After seeing all the flyers white and blue have access to, I think I'm taking at least one of these in my deck. I don't know how many deserts you have access to, but I think even for 6, I'd be happy playing this just because of the reach. Colossal... Oh, I like these big cards. Colossal Rattleworm. 4 mana for a 6/5. Has flash as long as you control a desert. Sorry, a 4 mana 6/5 with trample and flash. I want deserts. I will be taking deserts and praying I can play green. And it's got 2 mana. Exile it from your graveyard after they've killed it, which is hopefully after it's smashed them for 6. Search your library for a desert card and put it onto the battlefield. So desert's a greens thing. Okay. So what? White was mounts. Blue was... Blue was like... the... if you don't play anything for your hand... Black was crime. Red was the mercenaries, and green is deserts. Essentially, there's going to be some overlap, but essentially that's what they want to do. Okay. Dance of the Tumbleweeds. Okay. 3 mana, search your library for a basic land or desert, put it on the battlefield. Okay. 5 mana, create an XX green elemental creature token where X is the number of lands you control. I like this card. I'm going to like these dual mode cards that give you a lot of flexibility a lot. This is ramp if you need it, and a big dude if you need it. Because this is a 5 mana 5/5. I like this card. I think this is good as well. Drover Grizzly, a 3 mana 4/2. Whenever it attacks while saddled, creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. You saddle for 1. Again, this is really... Give everything you control trample. Your opponent's going to be miserable. Yeah, it's all creatures you control. And it's only saddled 1, so you only have to do like a 1/1 token, and then everything you control has trample. Oof. Green is proving again to be my favourite colour. Me want smash. Green let me smash. Free Strider Commando. A 3 mana 3/3. When it enters the battlefield... it enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters on it if it wasn't cast or no mana was spent to cast it. Okay. So it's a 3 mana 3/3. Sure, whatever, that's fine. Maybe you need that to block or something, whatever. And then it's a 4 mana plot, and then on turn 5 it's a 5/5. This is probably good if you can reanimate it. Like, reanimate this, because then it wasn't cast. It was just brought from your graveyard back to the battlefield. There was a reanimate... Oh, I can't say now. There was a black reanimate that wanted things that cost 4 or less, right? And this you could do. And then it would come back as a 5/5 for 3 or whatever, or 4. That's not bad. I think this is better reanimating than plotting, but... Sure. I mean, maybe you run. I'm not too big on this, but maybe you run it and just it's a big big-ish, medium-sized dude at some point. Free Strider Lookout. 3 mana, 3/3 with reach. We are playing this. Whenever you commit a crime. Okay. Look, I don't know how many crimes you'll be committing in green, but maybe there's a few. Or you'll be multicolored, so it doesn't really matter. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Big fan of this. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This ability triggers only once each turn. Big fan of this. I like this. Yes. So you play this for 3, and then you do something and you get to ramp. Love it. Yes. This is what I want in my life. I like this card. I would play it. I would be very happy to see it in my limited pool. Yes. This is the card. This is a card I want. Full steam ahead. 5 mana. Each creature you control. It's overrun. Woo! Okay. So we've got overrun. Overrun's +3/+3, I think. But this is 2/2 trample and can't be blocked by more than one creature. This is like, yeah, this is an overrun effect. Having one of these is good because you can just go over the top. But yeah, you don't run more than one of these, I think, ever. Giant Beaver. It's a mount. A 4 mana 4/4 with vigilance. Nice. And whenever it attacks while saddled, you put a +1/+1 counter on the saddled creature. Okay. Sure. I mean, it's saddle 3, so the creature's already decently sized, but I mean, it protects the creature because the creature isn't attacking and it steadily grows it. And it's got vigilance so it can block. Yeah, I think this is good. I like this one. I think this is one of the better mounts. Gold Rush. 2 mana instant speed. Create a treasure until end of turn up to 1 target creature gets +2/+2 for each treasure you control. Okay, it's a combat trick that leaves mana behind. I think that's fine. I think this is probably one of the better combat tricks, actually. Because it leaves the treasure behind. Yeah, I like this one. Yeah, I think this is a good little combat trick. Gold Vein Hydra. God, I love green sometimes. It's got X its mana cost, which gets me wet in all the right places. Green and X. Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. Oh, we're loving this. So it's a 0/0, but it enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, as you'd expect. And when it dies, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to its power. Oh, I want it. I want this. I want this in my limited pool. I want this in my limited pool. I want to get to 15 mana. I want to dump this thing as a 14/14 Vigilance, Trample, Haste. I want to turn it sideways and watch my opponent cry. I want this card. It's never going to happen, but that's what I want to happen. I love this card. This is probably going in our green rampy deck. God, I like this card. Yes. Big fan. Right. Hard Bristle Bandit. 2 mana. Oh my god, my throat. Sorry, my voice is starting to go already. I don't usually talk so much through this. Usually I'm focusing on what's on the screen and reacting more than just talking constantly. Right, Hard Bristle Bandit. 2 mana for a 1/1 that you can tap to add 1 mana of any colour. And whenever you commit a crime, you can untap him and tap him again. I like this card. First of all, it's ramp. Big fan of all the ramp. And secondly, I mean, you just, yeah. No, it's just good ramp. Like, your opponent has to worry about what you're trying to ramp to if you play this, right? So they're probably going to try and get rid of it. Or you can just use this to pay for extra crime. I like this. Yeah, I like this card. Because with this, you play this on turn 2, and on turn 3, you can pay 2 mana for some crime using this. And then you still have 3 mana? Yeah. You still have full mana, right? So you play an extra land, you've got 4. You tap 1 land and him for some crime. He untaps. You've still got... You don't have 5 now, but you've got 4. So you can do like 2 mana crime and still be on, you know... I think this card's good. I like this card. Intrepid Stable Master. Wait, is that adding more mana? Oh, we're ramping, boys. That's it. We're going to make some big, stupid green ramp deck. It's happening. 2 mana for a 2/2 with reach. We've already said we like reach creatures. With how much flying there was, we want to run as many of these as we can. That can tap for green or tap for 2 mana only to cast mount or vehicle spells. Which will be mount spells in this thing. But, I mean, tapping, like, he's a mana dork. He's a mana dork that's better for mounts, which is great if you're playing them. But if you're not, he's just a mana dork, and that's fine. That's back-to-back mana dorks, by the way. I am happy. A common one and an uncommon one. I would run both of those. If I had, you know, big green stuff to do, which I pray we do at some point when we're drafting. Map the Frontier. 4 mana, search your library for 2 basic lands, deserts, put them on the battlefield, tap yourself. Sure. I mean, if you're ramping, you could do this on turn 3 and get 2 deserts. And then you're on like 6 or you're like on like 6 mana. And you can start playing really big things. I like this card. Yeah, I think green's gonna, if you can get green going, I think this is I like this set. Big fan. Ornery Tumblewag. It's a 3 mana 2/2. At the beginning of combat, on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Right? Whenever Ornery Tumblewag attacks while saddled, double the number of +1/+1 counters on target creature, saddle 2. This is good. Green's doing a lot. Green is ramping, +1/+1 counters, giant dudes. I am loving green at the moment. This is all of the things I want green to do all of the time, forever. I think this might be the best mount we've seen as well. Well, maybe not. I think the black one's probably better, actually, because the black one draws cards. Black one's probably better, but I like this one more. I think that's the problem. This is a very good card. I fucking hope I've got some of these green rares, because these green rares and mythics are great. In Limited, these are going to be the cards you want. I know all of them die to the 2 mana removal, but whatever. Everything dies to the 2 mana removal apart from black and red. Outcaster Greenblade. Okay. It's a 3 mana 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, search over for a basic land or desert, put it into your hand, then shuffle. And it gets +1/+1 for each desert you control. Yep. Another just rampy card we like. I don't know how easy it's going to be to get deserts. Don't care. Love it. Because it's ramp on a dude. Outcaster Trailblazer. Okay, a 3 mana 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, add 1 mana of any color. God, green ramps hard this set. I'm fucking loving it. Whenever another creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card, and you can plot this one to do it later. God, I'm a fan of this set. Especially, the last set was so fucking mediocre at best. This set looks so good. Fucking love me some green in this set. Okay. Yes. This card is good. This card is good. Like, you can plot it and bring it in for free, and then you can just bring in a bunch of 4 power dudes and draw some cards. And it even helps because it makes a mana when it comes in after being plotted. Like this card a lot. Patient Naturalist. Okay. 3 mana 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Put a land from among the milled cards into your hand. If you can't, create a treasure token. Again, more just rampy. Well, not ramp because it only puts it into your hand, but it does make the treasure token. So, yeah, this is mediocre compared to the others, but I mean, it still does what I like. So, I'd probably play it, but I think this is a more mediocre version of the other rampy cards. Railway Brawler. A 5 mana, 5/5 with reach and trample. It has reach. I'm already happy with this card. This card is great. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put X... Oh my fucking god. Green is so good. I love this. This is going in my green ramp deck as well. Holy shit. And you can plot it and play it for free on turn 5. God, this card's good. God, this card's good. Jesus. Oh my god. Yes. 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 These are some absolutely fucking stonking good rares and mythics. These green is great. Green is doing everything I want green to do this set, and I fucking love it. Rambling Possum. A 3 mana 3/3. Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2 until end of turn. Then you may return any number of creatures that saddled it to its owner's hand to re-trigger enter the battlefield effects. And it's only got saddle 1. I like this saddle. I like this mount too. Yeah, I like this mount. God, I like these cards. These are some really good cards. I cannot get over how excited I am for green. Man, we're gonna draft this set a lot. I can already feel it. I'm gonna have to do well on my drafts and earn up some more gems so we can draft a lot, because this set looks fucking good. What's this? Rakuous Entertainer? 2 mana for a 2/2, sure. With 1 tap, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control that entered the battlefield this turn. This is so good as well. Pump everything you played for 1. Oh my god, I like all of the cards in this set. I like all of the green cards in this set. I love every single one. I'm so happy. I love them all. Reach for the sky. Flash enchantment, 4 mana. Enchanted creature gets +3/+2 and has reach. And when this is a good... Again, there's so much flying in white. This card is almost mandatory. Like, I feel like you just run it. And then even if they kill the creature, you still get to draw a card out of it. It still replaces itself. I like this card. I would actually... This is one of the few, like, combat tricky things that I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll run that. Rise of the Varmints. 4 mana. Create X 2/1 green varmint creature tokens where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard and you can plot it for later. Yes. This is silly, but this is cool. I like this. Imagine killing someone with just like 10 varmints. That's going to be so annoying. I would probably play this and just keep it in exile until I feel like it later. Smuggler's Surprise. Okay. For 3 mana, mill 4 cards, put 2 creature or land cards from among them into your hand. For 6 mana, put 2 creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay, this card's good. For 2 mana, creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain hexproof and indestructible. This is good. This is an incredible. And the thing is, it's instant. So for 6 mana, this is at the end of your opponent's turn, when they're in their end step and can't do anything apart from instant speed spells, put your 2 biggest boys onto the battlefield. Like, your opponent just gets fucked. This is a good card. I like this card a lot. And if you can full pay, there's a lot of ramps. So if you can, what is it? 3, 8, maybe not 9 because you don't care about this one, but for 8, which you can probably pay if you've got some ramp going, you get mill 4, 2 biggest creatures into your hand, play them both at the end of your opponent's turn. Yes. Yes, we like this card. God, I like green in this set. Snakeskin Veil is a very good card. This is a reprint. But this is a very good reprint. Yeah, this is fantastic. 1 mana, +1/+1 counter and hexproof, so kill spells don't hit it. Green is gonna be good. Green is gonna be good in this set. Mark my words. Spinewood's Armadillo. 6 mana for a 7/7. It's got reach. We're all about it. It's got ward 3. Even better. You can discard it for search for a basic land for a oh, this card is so good. This card is so good. If you have it in your opening hand, turn 2, get rid of it. Get a desert, whatever. You put it into your hand. You on curve, you're fine. If you draw it late, sweet. 6 mana 7/7 with reach, blocking all the flyers and ward 3. This card is so, and you heal as well when you go searching. God, this card's good. Green is Green is doing it for me. I'm so happy. I can't believe I have to wait a week to play this next week. God, I just please give me all. Please, I'm begging you. Please give me all the good green cards in my sealed. Please, when I go to the pre-release. All I want to do is smash people with huge green cards. Spinewood Paladin. A 5 mana, 5/4 with trample. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life, and you can plot it for 4. I love it. It's a big dude. It heals you, which if you've been under aggro threat, it's exactly what you need. You can plot it and cast it for free later. I am loving the green. Stubborn Burrow Fiend. God, that thing looks terrifying. Oh, it's a mount. A 2 mana 2/2. And when it becomes saddled for the first time each turn, mill 2 cards. It gets +X/+X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Not milled, in your graveyard. This can get real big real fast. And it only needs 2 to saddle. This could be scary. I'd play this. Just because the upside is powerful. Thrown from the Saddle. 2 mana. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on it instead if it's a mount. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Okay, it's a fight effect. We take these. We like fight effects. This is screen removal. Trash the Town. Okay. For 3 mana, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Sure. 2 mana, target creature gains trample, and 2 until end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature does combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards. At instant speed? So at instant speed, this is 2 mana, the creature you haven't blocked draws me 2 cards. It's a good card. I like this card. What is it? 3, 4, for 5 mana, you get a creature to... it can be the unblocked creature or the blocked creature that will go over the top. So say you attack with a 3/3, your opponent blocks with a 4/4. This makes the 3/3 a 5/5 permanently, tramples over the top to deal 1 damage, and you get to draw 1 card after killing the creature. Draw 2 cards after killing the creature. Good card. Like this card. Tumbleweed Rising. 2 mana, create a dude equal to the biggest dude you control. Sure, plain, simple, easy, good. Yeah, I like it. Especially you can plot it. So you can plot it and save it for when you just play a big creature and then just immediately cast it for free later. Yeah, I like it. Voracious Varmint. A 2 mana, 2/2 with Vigilance that you can sacrifice to destroy target artifact or enchantment. Yeah, again, you'd probably run like 1 or 2 of these just in case, because there might be enchantments or artifacts you want to get rid of. I don't mind this card at all. Hey, we're on to multicolored. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom again, chat. And then we're going to work on all of these multicolored cards, which will probably take us an hour, maybe an hour and a half, depending on how excited. This might be the fastest set review we've done. But again, the multicolored cards tend to take us a while because these are ones that have the crazy shit usually. So we'll see you in a second. we are back. Oh, so, yes. Green, I melted over. I love all of these green cards. Every single one. Every single one I fucking love. I want to play green. I hope I get the opportunity to play green. Please. Green looks so good. But now we're on to multicolored. So, first one is Akul the Unrepentant. Okay. So it's 4 mana, double black, double red. 5/5 Flying Trample. Sacrifice 3 of the creatures. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery and only once each turn. That's terrifying? What? So, hear me out here. This turn 4. Turn 5, sack 3 1/1 mercenaries who just happen to be lingering around. Play Terror of the Peaks. You still have 5 mana. Play Dude. Opponent dies. Like, I mean, dies to the... No, it doesn't even die to the 2 mana removal because it's a rogue, which means it's an outlaw. Holy shit, this thing's scary. It's Flying Trample as well. I think this is terrifying, right? Holy shit, this is powerful. I don't... this is probably the best creature we've seen. I mean... yeah, it depends how easy it is to get... I mean, if this comes down turn 4, your opponent, if they can't kill it, it's probably conceding. Right? If you've got dudes out and you can just play anything from your hand, this is fucking horrifying. Jesus. And not to... like... The ability is horrifying, not to mention it's stapled to a 5/5 Flying Trampler. In Limited, the 5/5 Flying Trampler is terrifying enough. Oh my god. Well, this is a start to the multicolored cards. What if you have Gisa? You just turn 4 this, turn 4 play it for free, start committing some crime and get some zombies going? Jesus. I mean, maybe you have a handful of nothing and this is completely worthless, but it's still a 5/5 Flying Trampler that starts creaming your opponent's face in. Jesus. Yeah, this guy's strong. And big and scary. This is a good card. This is, you know, game winning. Annie Flash the Veteran. Ooh. White, green, red. So you're 6 mana. You have Flash. Okay. When Annie Flash the Veteran enters the battlefield, if you cast it, return target permanent card with mana 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So this is probably all happening on the end of your opponent's turn. So a 4/5 comes in. You get a permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whenever she becomes tapped, which is going to be on your turn, because you're going to attack with her probably, you exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. I mean, for a top end, you can... You're probably getting the effect that you're probably getting all of the effects because you're playing her at instant speed. She's a rogue, so she can't be hit by the 2 mana thing. This is probably good. It's not great. It's not like outstandingly game winning, I don't think. Because it's a 4/5 with no effects apart from Flash, so it's not scary. It's not like it's not 5/5 flying trample for 4. This is 6 mana for a 4/5 with flash that brings back something that costs 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, which, I mean, sure, there's some decent things there, but nothing, mind-breaking. Did we see anything in green, red? I mean, some mana dorks in green, white, I guess, like the Ox that I kept saying I like because you can gain life and scry with it. And in red, there's probably some decent things, but like nothing that really I was looking at and was like, oh, how can this possibly be 3 mana? And when she becomes tapped, you exile top 2 cards to the library and you can play them this turn, which probably happens on your turn because you probably just attack with her. But again, she's only a 4/5 for 6. But your opponent probably just blocks. So they probably only get 1 turn out of that. Compared to this, not as impressive, I don't think. Maybe I just like this because it's huge and flying and gonna eat you. But yeah, she doesn't strike me as super impressive. She's good, don't get me wrong, she's good. If I had her, I'd play her. But she's not like you win the game on the spot by paying 6 for her. Sort of good. And if you're paying 6 is a lot. And Annie joins up. Okay, so this is her special effect thing. So the colours she's in and 1, so 4 mana in total. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. It's removal. We like this. If a triggered ability of a legendary creature you control triggers, the ability triggers an additional time. Now, if you have this and this, now we're talking. Because this can remove this guy. So this guy comes down the turn over, blows him up, fuck you, haha. And then, when you get to 6, you play this, you get 2 value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And on your turn, because you played them at the end of your opponent's turn because she has flash, when she swings, you exile the top 4 cards and can play any of them. This is, I think for 4 mana, deal 5 to a creature or planeswalker, this is... If you're in these colours already and you think you can make these colours work, which you probably can, because in Limited you can probably do 3 colours reasonably well, I think this card is good. If you have Annie as well as Annie joins up, it's great. But, if you don't, this is still probably good. I just need to see what other legendary creatures there are. Because there were legendary creatures in white, red, and green that were probably really good. I'm not registering them, because I didn't register what was legendary and what wasn't. Assimilation... Oh my god, I'm going to sit up for this one. 3 mana for an artifact equipment. Already not looking great, because I don't tend to like equipments too much. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target creature until it leaves the battlefield. Okay, it's removal. Actually, I'm starting to like this one. Whenever it becomes attached to a creature, for as long as it remains attached to it, that creature becomes a copy of the card exiled. Ooh, okay, I'm going to shut my mouth. This is a good card. We like this one. Exile your opponent's biggest thing, turn your tokens into copies of it. Yeah, fuck me, that's what I like. I'm all about that. This is going to screw me over, because I'm going to be playing big, dumb, green shit. My opponent's going to play this, and it's going to make me fucking sad. But... yes, this card is good. It's a 3 mana exile your opponent's biggest thing. And then you don't worry about the equip cost until later when you just start making things into copies of whatever you were exiled. This is just removal. Just think about it as removal with upside. That's all you need to think about. This is just removal with upside. So we like this, we take this. This is very cool. At knife point, okay, 3 mana. For as long as it's your turn, outlaws you control have first strike. Excuse me? And if you commit a crime, you create a mercenary every time. Oh, only once each turn. Yes. First strike is one of the best attacking keywords. And giving everything... if you're playing this, you're probably playing a mostly mercenary deck. Or all mercenaries. Or outlaws, whatever. Not all mercenaries. All outlaws. everything you control having first strike is so insane, your opponent is just going to lose. This card is incredible. Everything you control has first strike, probably. God, that's good. Yeah, this card's really good. Badlands Revival. 5 mana, return 1 target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that's about average for a reanimation effect. It's reanimation with upside, sure. I'd say, you know, sure, fine. Like, this is about average for a thing. If you're running this card, you're probably running it with an idea, with a creature in mind. Sure. Baron Bertram Greywater. Sure. 4 mana 3/4. Whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 black vampire rogue creature token with lifelink. Only once each turn. You can sacrifice a creature or artifact to draw a card. This is probably really good. There's probably some token white-black bullshit that pumps tokens out. This guy multiplies them by making more, and then you just start humping them for drawing cards. This is probably really good. Like, I can't imagine without having all the cards out in front of me what the deck like specifically runs, but this is probably good. It's just spew weenies, draw cards, spew more weenies. That's probably great. Bonnie Pal Clear Cutter. So you're 6 as well, but you are a 6/5 with reach. Okay. Like it. Again, it's got reach. I'm a big fan of the reach. Blue wasn't really selling me, but maybe this is really good. Green, blue. Right. When Bonnie Pal Clear Cutter enters the battlefield, create Boo, a legendary blue ox creature token with this creature's power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. Whenever you attack, draw a card, then you put a land card from your hand or graveyard. Okay, this is good. This is 6 mana, here's a giant thing with another giant thing, and every time you attack, which you're going to attack the turn you play this, I imagine, because you're going to have creatures to attack with, hopefully, you just draw a card and play a land. You're probably not even going to play the lands in your hand, you're going to draw a card, play a land from your graveyard. This is good. This is really good. This is good. This is a very good... I'm loving everything green touches in this set. This is a really good card. Like a 6 mana 6/5 with reach that blocks everything in the air and also comes with an extra giant thing. And whenever you... Yeah, this is good. Breaches the Blast Maker. Oh, that's another pirate. Ugh. Okay. 3 mana for a 3/3 with Menace. Sure. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, flip a coin. When you win the flip, copy that spell. You may use 2 targets for the copies. When you lose the flip, Breaches the Blastmaster deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any time. Oh, so it's good either way. This is a lot of work. I will say, everything else is just kind of like you get stuff for doing... Like, this guy is just a big dude. Yeah, you have to sacrifice some creatures, but I mean, he's in the colors for it, so you just, yeah. And this, you just get value for playing her. This is value for playing it. This is value for playing it. This is value for playing it. This is value. Like, everything up until this guy, you just play it and or do something. Like, even this, you attack while it's on the field and you get stuff for it. This, you have to cast 2 spells in a turn and sacrifice an artifact to flip a coin. And then if you flip the coin, sometimes you get another copy of the spell. And sometimes you might... This is the thing. If you flip and you want to lose to deal damage, that'll be the time you win and the spell is shit. Hey, Eugene. And when you flip and win, like... Don't get me wrong. This card is probably good because there's probably a turn where you play your second spell, flip a coin. it goes the right way and you just blow your opponent up or multicast some crazy spell and it's all fantastic. But this is a lot of work for a 50-50. Both are good, to be fair. Both, like, the 50-50 is good. Both sides of it. But, like, yeah, cast 2 spells and sacrifice an artifact and then do the flip. It's just a lot. I mean, if I was in this color combo, I'd still play it because it's fucking hilarious. But I just think it's not quite as good as the previous 2 color cards that have all just been gross. How are you doing today, Eugene, anyway? You having a good day so far? Bruiser Tal, Roving Rancher. 4 mana, 4/3. Oxen you control have double strike. Okay. When Bruiser Tal, Roving Rancher enters the battlefield or attacks, exile the top card of your library. If it's a land, create a 2/2 white ox creature which has double strike because this guy exists. Otherwise, you may cast it until the end of your next turn. This seems pretty good. Have we seen have we seen a bunch of oxen creatures that I don't know about? Like, I'm not going to go back and start looking through red and white for oxen creatures. But, I mean, this guy, when he enters the battlefield, you get the trigger immediately. So you exile the top card of your library and either make an ox or you can play it this turn. Preferably make an ox because he probably cost all your mana to play. And then the following turn, if they haven't killed it... Oh, wait, because otherwise you may cast it until the end of your next turn. Oh, it doesn't matter. Even if it costs 4 mana, you still get value out of him because you can play the card you exile, you either exile a land and you get an ox, or you can play the card until the end of your next turn. This guy's great. I like this guy. I thought, like, I've been drooling all over the green cards, but this guy's really nice as well. Yeah. Man, Oxen's having double strike. Like, just a field of 2/2s with double strike is just terrifying. And you've got pump spells in white, I think we saw. And in red. Oh, you could kill someone with this card real easy. Cactus Folk Sure Shot. It's a 4 mana 4/4 with reach and ward. We like the reach because remember there's a lot of flyers. At the beginning of combat on your turn, other creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain trample and haste. Wow, this card is really good. Yeah. If you're playing red-green and you've got this card, just slide that baby right into your deck. 4 mana for a 4/4 with reach, so none of the flyers can get through anymore. Ward, so it's a pain to get rid of. And every single turn, if you play a big dude... yeah, he looks cool. But every turn, if you play... sorry. Every turn, if you play a big enough dude, they just have trample and haste and just go. This looks great. I'm a big fan. I love me big green smashers, and this just helps the big green smash harder. Oh, what is these names? Congregation Griff. Okay. 3 mana for a 1/4 flying lifelink. I mean, it's a flyer, so you're probably taking it, but when Congregation Griff attacks while saddled, it gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of mounts you control. Okay, so this is like the leader, this is like the mounts deck thing. Okay. I like this, actually. Yeah, because I'm assuming you can, you can saddle this with other mounts, right? And then it would, so this would just grow? I think so. Yeah, I think this is a good card. I think this could be a very good card. Again, it would depend on how many mounts you have, but I think could carry with a lot of mounts. Yeah, that's what I think. White's thing is mounts. White has a lot of mounts. Green didn't have as many, but I think green had 3 or 4, so yeah, this could be very good. Doc, oh my god, what is with these names? Doc Orlock, Grizzled Genius. Okay, green and blue. So 2 mana for 2/3. Spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile cost 2 less to cast. Plotting cards from your hand costs 2 less. Wow, this guy's really good. I don't know what cards you're casting from your graveyard with this, but all plotted cards carrying from exile, cast from exile for free, but you can plot them for 2 less. So that makes your like, if you get this guy down on turn 2, yeah, well, that's the thing. I think if you get this down on turn 2, and then on turn 3, you just plot, like, 2 cards, your opponent has to be scared. Because on turn 4, you can play both of those cards for free, still have 4 mana left, and those 2 cards could have been, 3 mana each. They could have been a 4 mana and, like, a 2 mana. Yeah, it's just going to snowball hard. Green already ramps. Like, yeah, I think this could be very good. Oh my god. So this is Eriette the Beguiler? I think it's Eriette. I don't know how you say that name. I'm going to say it's Eriette. 4 mana for a 4/4 with lifelink. Big fan. Whenever an aura you control becomes attached to a non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the aura's mana value, gain control of that permanent for as long as that aura is attached to it. We haven't... There's been a few... Okay. There's a few auras in this set, but not enough, and they aren't expensive enough for this to be particularly good. I think this is, the majority of the time, a 4 mana 4/4 with lifelink. Which... maybe in standard or in like commander or something, there's something crazy this woman does, but I think the majority of the time in limited, this is a 4 mana 4/4 with lifelink, which is fine, but it's not, Yes, but you are correct, but I'm thinking about it from a limited standpoint. And in limited, we've only got the cards in this set to play with. And I just don't think there's enough in this set to make this work. I think from a limited standpoint, this isn't very good. I think with the small card pool, I think this is 9 times out of 10 just a 4/4 with lifelink. Because all the white aura, I think almost all the white auras exile what you're putting them on, so she doesn't do anything with those. The black, I don't even remember there being a black aura. And the blue, again, I can't even remember there being a blue aura. And blue auras cap out with steal your opponent's shit anyway. So, like, then she just becomes redundant. I don't think this is particularly good in limited. It's cool, though. But I think in limited, she's just a 4/4 lifelinker. These names, for fuck's sake. Eartha Joe Frontier Mentor is a 4 mana 2/4, and when when it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 red mercenary. You create a mercenary, sure. Whenever you activate an ability that targets a creature or player, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. Okay. Yeah, no, I like this. Okay, so I've already been through a lot of the cards. Let's white, blue, and black. One sec. We'll go back. So this is. So here's like white. Does white have any auras? No, there aren't any in the whole set. How about blue? Yes, 1 here. There you go. But it's worthless. Sorry, this one is also bad. So, for 4 mana, you could use this aura to enchant another creature, and it would tap permanently and lose all abilities. So you would get to steal their creature as long as it cost less than 4, but it would be permanently tapped and couldn't do anything. So that's probably not the best aura. Well, this is the problem. This is what I was talking about. Yeah. So that's the thing. In a larger section of cards, because Magic has cards from years and years and years and years and years. Magic has existed forever. With a larger selection of cards, there's a lot more auras to choose from. So this aura part of her text can be good if she's played with other auras from other sets. But in this set, white, blue, and black doesn't have any auras. She literally does nothing. So that's why I say she's bad and limited, because there isn't any support for her in this set. She doesn't do anything in this set. Unless there's like 20 multicolor enchantments that I don't know about later on after this. But she is no good. She just doesn't do anything. In limited. This one, however, I do like. I do like Eartha Joe. So this... It was meant ironic. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yes. She's very bad. She's very bad in this set. I know you were making a joke because you take control of one dog shit card. I know, yes. She is very bad in this set. Like I said, I think the reason she exists and is those 3 colors is because Wizards want people to use her as a commander in the commander format. But in limited by herself, she's fucking useless. But yeah, Eartha Joe. So this one I like. This one is, even though I don't actually like the red mercenary creature token summoning thing, she's just going to double all triggers. All the mercenary triggers. So everything gives +1 actually gives +2. So I think Eartha Joe is actually good. If you're doing like a red-white triggery thing. Right, yeah, tap. So all the mercenary creatures, so again, you'll see it here. Create X 1/1 red mercenary creature tokens with tap the creature. So tapping means you can't, to attack your opponent, you have to tap the creature. So this is essentially, the creature can't attack or block, but it gives another target creature +1 attack until end of turn. But she doubles that, because when you activate an ability that targets a creature or player, and tapping the creature to do the targeting thing is activating an ability, you get to copy it and do it again on something else. Or on the same target, it doesn't matter. You may choose. So yeah, red and white wants to make a lot of these mercenary creatures, and then double up this. Well, sort of. Let's say you pay this for 3. So you get 3 red mercenary creature tokens, right? And then you play this one, and she comes with a red mercenary creature token. The turn after that, you tap 3 of the red mercenary creatures to target the 4th red mercenary creature, and that creature gets +6/+0 until end of turn. And you can attack with a 7/1. So yes, they are support, but they can also attack. You can do whatever you can do either. But yeah, red and white is tokens, which is good. I like red and white being the token spam. Okay, they can support themselves. Yeah, they can't. So if you tap them, they can't attack. But if there's a number of them, so if there's like 2, you can tap one to make this one stronger, and this one can still attack, sort of thing. So Girad, Mirror of the Wilds, is a 3-mana 3/3 with haste. Already liking this guy. Non-token creatures you control have tap. Create a token that's a copy. Oh my god. Non-token creatures you control have tap. Create a token that's a copy of target token you control that entered the battlefield this turn. Right. Okay. So this guy creates extra tokens. So, yes, let's go back. So again, say you play this and you make 3 mercenary creatures. If this guy's out, he can tap himself because he's not a creature. He's not a token. He is a full-blooded card. So the things that come from this are tokens because they're called creature tokens. This is a non-token because it's a full card. So you can tap him to create an extra one of the mercenary tokens because they entered the battlefield this turn. So yeah, it looks like green, red, and white are just going to be vomiting tokens everywhere. This would also work. So this works on any token, not just creature tokens. It would work on, there's things like treasure tokens and other stuff. So this guy just makes tokens, makes more. So any token makes more. And you can make multiple copies if you have non-token creatures. Right. Just way too complicated, but I understand what he's doing. Oh my god. The Gitrog Ravenous Ride? This is a mount? Look at the size of this thing. Okay. So it's a 5-mana 6/5 with trample and haste. So much shit in this set has haste. I fucking love it. Whenever the Gitrog Ravenous Ride deals combat damage to a player, it's got trample, so it's probably going to do that. You may sacrifice a creature that saddled it this turn. So it's got saddled 1, so that's any creature with power more than 1. So that's fine. So it's anything. If you do, draw X cards, then put up to X land cards from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, where X is the sacrificed creature's power. Okay. Honestly, you're probably just using this to draw. So, you're probably just playing this for 5, crewing it with whatever the biggest creature is that isn't this, and swinging. And if your opponent can't block all of the damage because of trample, you hit them, you sacrifice 5 mana to draw. Yes, but it's 5 mana to draw a lot, possibly. And also, it sticks around. This doesn't die. This is still a 6/5. It doesn't have to be saddled. That's the thing. So, you play this, it's a 6/5 with trample and haste. You can choose to saddle it by... So this saddle down here, saddle 1, means you can saddle it with any... You can tap a creature. Yeah, possibly, perchance. Yes. Well, that's the thing. It's a 5-mana 6/5. So I think you just play this, saddle it with whatever the biggest creature you have, because you've probably got other creatures out, because it's turn 5 at this point, at least. And then swing with it to try and deal some damage. And if you deal any damage, you sack whatever the creature is and just draw more cards. In Magic, having more cards is always better. So, I think this card is pretty damn good. I mean, it's the haste. It has trample and haste. The haste really does it because it means your opponent has to respond with it with an instant. If they have instant removal, then this dies. But we're in limited, so the chance they have that is going to be way less than normal. So the chance is you play this, you saddle it, you swing, it gets damage, you draw. Then on their turn, even if they kill it, you've already got damage, and you've already drawn. And maybe played some land cards as well, but... Yeah, it seems pretty good. Yeah, I think this is a good limited card. Certainly. Honest Rutstein? Is a 3-mana 3/2, and when he enters the battlefield, you return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and creatures cost 1 less. Yes. I want everything this man is offering. All of it. All of the time. Forever. I'd play this card if it was just 3-mana creature spells cost 1 less. I'd probably just play that. Also return a creature card from your graveyard to hand. So it's return. This is so good. Yep. Can resurrect this. And make it cheaper. Then it would be 4 mana for a 6/5 with trample and haste. Yep. We like this card. We like this card a lot. Yep. This is a good card. Yeah, a very cool card. Intimidation Campaign. 3 mana for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life, and you draw a card. Is that worth 3? Oh, it's like it's one of these infinite value engines, right? These cards are either completely worthless or incredible, depending on how slow the format is. So you pay 3, you play this. Your opponent loses a life, so they go from 20 to 19. You gain a life, you go from 20 to 21, and you draw a card. And then you commit a crime, do something to them, destroy a creature they have or whatever. And this goes from the battlefield back to your hand. And then you play it again. Your opponent loses 1 life, they go down to 18, you gain 1 life, go to 22, and you draw another card. This is infinite value, but it's slow as fuck. So if you're up in a control matchup in a limited sense, you're probably going to win off this card. But if you're against some super aggro player who's just beating your fucking ass, this doesn't do enough. 1 life a turn is not enough if your opponent is hitting you for 6 by turn 4. If your opponent's just swinging for the fences with a bunch of creatures, on turn 3 this isn't good enough. So, yeah. I like this card. There was a card very much like it in an old set that was... I think it was the same colours. I think it was like a Demir card that had a very similar... It was you play it, they lose 1 life, you gain 1 life, draw a card. Maybe this is a reprint. I don't know. But, yeah. It's too slow in... It's usually too slow. Even in limited, it's too slow. Unless the limited format's really fucking slow. But I don't think this one is going to be. There's too many just big things. I think... No, because this is whenever you commit a crime. I think the Demir version was whenever you surveil. So I think this is slightly different, but only very slightly, because it's using a different mechanic to return itself to your hand. What the fuck? Okay. Gem Lightfoot Sky Explorer is a 4-mana 3/3 with flying and vigilance. So you're probably running this card because it has flying. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card. This is probably really good for the plot deck. Like, flying, like, it flies, it's got vigilance, so it can block as well, although you're probably not blocking with it. And if you're plotting all of your cards and not playing them from your hand, this is just draw an extra card every turn. So I imagine you're very happy to see this card, because white and blue both do a lot of what does fly and vigilance do? So flying, creatures with flying can only be blocked by other creatures with flying,
or creatures with a keyword called reach. So if I can have 15 creatures on the ground, but if I don't have flying or reach on any of them, this still hits me directly. Just flies over the top and hits me in the face. And vigilance means it doesn't. So as I said, when you attack, you tap your creature, and it can't block because tapped creatures can't block. So it can basically penetrate. Yeah. Well, unless it can be blocked by other flying creatures. And as I said, creatures with the keyword reach. And vigilance means it doesn't tap when it's attacking. So it can attack and block. Or if it has a special ability, like the ones that I said, tap to give something a +1/+0, it could attack and also use that ability. This doesn't have that ability. This is just a flying vigilance. So it attacks and doesn't tap, so it can attack and block in the same turn. Or in the same, rotation of a turn. But yeah, this is just at the end of your turn, draw a card if you're using plot. I'll go see if we can find where plot is. 1 second. Oh, there you go. There's a card with plot. So plot is this. You may pay an amount of mana, or the plot is different. Exile this card from your hand. Cast it as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost. So, because this says at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card. When you plot a card, it goes to exile. You don't cast it. So that doesn't trigger it. So you would still draw a card from this. Then when you play the plotted card, you're casting it from exile, not from your hand. So this still triggers. So if you're playing plot cards and plotting them before you play them, this always triggers. So I think this card belongs in the plot deck. But yeah, good card. Good card. You'll probably just... It's a 3/3 flyer and vigilance. What's exile? It's just a place over here. Exile's a bit difficult because there's lots of things that do exile. So when you kill a creature in Magic, it goes to the graveyard. And there's lots of cards that can interact with the graveyard. So there's ways to exile cards so they're gone forever. But like I said, with these plot cards, when you exile something, it's just removed from your hand, put to the side, and you can use it later. It's just essentially a plane of existence that you can't interact with. So it's not a graveyard, so any card that plays with the graveyard can't touch it. It's not your library, it's not the board, it's just a separate zone of existence where only cards that interact with exiled cards can do anything with it, and there's almost none of those cards in existence. Like, when you exile something, it's usually just completely separate. So, yeah. Yeah, I like this card in a plot deck. As banned from Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! So maybe. But, yeah, when you... It's weird because if you're exiling something of your opponent's, generally it's like a creature that's gone forever and you can't touch. But you also exile cards from your own deck with a lot of cards that just essentially put them to the side and you can use them again later, sort of thing. It's just, it's a section of the game that you can't touch generally. It's just separate. Jolene Plundering Pugilist. Okay. A 3-mana 4/2. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures with power 4 or greater, create a treasure token. And you can sacrifice a treasure and she deals 1 damage to any target. I think you like this card in red-green, mostly just because you want creatures with power 4 or greater, which she is. She has a cute dog in the background. That's a snake creature. I don't think that's a dog. But I will give you, it is, I like it, it's cool. But, yeah, I think
I don't think she's great, but you in the green red, from what I can tell, you want creatures with power 4 or greater. She is, therefore you're probably playing her. Well, she probably is great, actually. Creating treasure tokens is probably fantastic, but I don't think you ever care that much about her tap 2, sacrifice a treasure to do 1 damage. I don't think you give a shit about that. She gets extra dog points. Alright, so we'll give her 2 extra dog points. Campbell Profiteering Mayor. These names need to fucking... Okay. 3 mana for a 2/4. Good stats. Whenever one or more token... Oh, it's another token one. Whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your opponent's control, for each of them, create a tapped token that's a copy. It only triggers once each turn. Whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, so this is if your opponent is trying to make tokens, gimme. And then drain them at the same time. So as long as you've got this on the field, if your opponent is also making tokens, you get all of those tokens as well. So, yeah, if you're going up against someone... Was a 4/2. Yes. She's a 4/2 for 3 mana, which is why I said we like her. Because the top part, whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures with power 4 or greater, she has power 4 or greater. Power is the first number. The first number is power, the second number is toughness. So, she triggers herself, which we like. Anything that triggers itself is good. Early turn 3 pressure. Yeah. A 4/2's, you know, fine. The 2 toughness means she probably trades with, well, probably die. Because remember, in Magic, you choose what blocks. So, with her, I would say, I'm attacking you with Jolene. And my opponent could take 4 or block with a creature. And if he's got a 1 mana, 2/1 or something, he can just put it under Jolene and she still dies. So, I mean, she does do good damage, but by turn 3 or by turn 4, which is when this is going to be attacking because of Summoning Sickness, they probably have something with 2 power. But you still get the treasure out of it, which is nice. But yeah, this guy is a gimme for tokens. If your opponent does anything token related, you get some too. And when you get some more because they get drained. So this is probably really good in the token deck because you just get free tokens if your opponent ever tries to do tokens. Kellen joins up. Okay. So I guess the next card's probably going to be Kellen. But for 3 mana, when Kellen joins up, enters the battlefield, you may exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your hand. If you do, it becomes plotted. Right? So you can cast it later. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. I don't think these cards are very good. This one specifically. I liked the other one because I thought the other one was the other one was removal. This isn't. A 6/6 that can be targeted by spells and abilities. Probably that's hexproof. You can give things hexproof. I'd have to go very far back. Though, so can't be the target of spells and abilities is the key word in Magic, hexproof. If your creature has hexproof, it can't be the target of spells and abilities your opponents control. So you can still do stuff with it, but your opponent can't touch it. And there's a card in this set that is 1 mana, give something hexproof. So, yes, you can just have a 6/6 that has hexproof. It's only until end of turn, but you can have any number of things that have hexproof. Yeah, you can just give stuff hexproof in Magic. But yeah, I don't like Kellen joins up. Is Kellen any good? Here's Kellen the Kid. Here's a 3 mana flying lifelinker that's also a 3/3. Okay, good start. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, again, we're looking at the plot stuff because plot isn't casting it from your hand, You may cast a permanent spell with equal... Does the HP regenerate end of turn? Yes. Yeah, damage falls off at the end of turn, essentially. So if I have a 6/6 and it blocks a 5/5 and goes down to having 1 health, at the end of turn, it goes back to being a 6/6 again. Right, you may cast a permanent spell without... Yeah, so whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, you may cast a permanent spell with equal or lesser mana value from your hand without paying its mana cost. If you don't, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay, so this is double cast. This is... Kellen is good. I think if you get Kellen, you're playing a plot Kellen deck, and you're going to save up all of your plot cards and cards in hand, and then have a couple of cards in hand. You're going to play Kellen, and you're just going to start throwing your plotted cards down because they don't cost anything. What's lifelink? Whenever it deals damage, you heal that much, or you gain that much life, because there's no cap in Magic. You can have unlimited life as long as you can keep healing. So yeah, this is a 3/3 flying that heals you for 3 if it ever hits anything. But yeah, it's Vampire. Is that what it's called in Yu-Gi-Oh? Essentially, you start with 20 life in Magic. If this hits something, you go up to 23. And then, again, if it hits something the next turn, you go up to 26. And your opponent is trying to reduce you to 0. So, obviously, having more is better. But yeah, Kellen is... If you pull Kellen, you're just playing a plot deck. That you just are. He seems very good. I'm a big fan. Alright. Crom Violent Cacophony is a 4-mana 2/3 flyer, and whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on him and draw a card. Okay. No, I like this. I like this more than the other guy. The other guy that was when you cast your second spell and it's a Friday and you trip over a rock, you get to double cast it. Maybe if you fall on your right side or on your left side. Yeah. No. The lifelink heals you, the player, not the card itself. Yeah. So I like this card. This card's good. And this card is way simpler and way better, or way easier to understand. Whenever you play a second card, this gets bigger and you draw a card. And the draw card is the bit you care about. And it has flying as well, so you're just running this card because it has flying. I like this card. This card we like. What the fuck? Laughing Jasper Flint is a 3-mana 4/3. Creatures you control... Wait. Do spells go to the graveyard after use? Yes, they do. Unless they state otherwise. There are certain cards that will state otherwise. Creatures you control but don't own are mercenaries in addition to their other types. So creatures you steal from other people are mercenaries. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X cards of target opponent's library, where X is the number of outlaws you control, which is at least 1 because he's an outlaw himself. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among those cards, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. I think he's a lizard. Isn't he like a bearded dragon? Isn't that what this... I mean, you can't see my mouse, but I think that's what the thing under his chin is. Isn't he like a bearded dragon? So, this is... At the beginning of your turn... So you play this. If your opponent doesn't kill it, at the beginning of your turn, you at least exile the top card of your opponent's library. You can play that card. If it's a creature... You control it because you played it, but you don't own it, which means it is a mercenary. Which means at the beginning of your turn, you exile 2 cards because you now control 2 outlaws, because mercenary is an outlaw. And if you get another creature off of your opponent, again, it's a mercenary. So now you control 3 outlaws. So at the beginning of your turn, you get to look through 3 cards, the top 3 cards of their library, and play them. This is a card where if your opponent doesn't deal with it, they're going to get real miserable real fast. And because it's an outlaw, what's a merc in Magic? That was released in this set. So because they're doing like a Wild Wild West set, they have this new keyword called Outlaws. The number of outlaws you control. So one of this guy. Anything that is like a rogue, a mercenary, a warlock. Ugh. They're like subtypes. Like this guy is a lizard rogue. This guy's a fairy rogue. This guy's a human mercenary. See? So it's just a subtype of creature. So this makes all creatures that are on your side of the field that you steal from your opponent into mercenaries as well as whatever else they are. Which means they're outlaws. Which means they allow you to trigger the second part. Because mercenary is a type of outlaw. So essentially, this card is steal the top card of your opponent's library 1 turn. If it's a creature, next turn you steal 2. If there's a creature in that, the turn after you steal 3. Yeah, it's also a 4/3 for 3, which is good stats. This is a good card. This is a very good card. What is Lazav doing back? Stay in your lane, Lazav. Lazav is a 3 mana 1/4. Looks cool, sounds cool, and uses a new cool gimmick. Yeah, I think this guy is a good card. I think if you get him, you're probably very happy to play him if you're playing red-black. You probably go red-black if you're playing him. Lazov, Familiar Stranger. 3 mana for a 1/4. Whenever you commit a crime, which at the bottom in the slide text, it explains what committing a crime is. Put a +1/+1 counter on Lazov. Then you may exile a card from a graveyard. Wait, does this not go infinite? What? So, whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Lazov. And then exile a card from a graveyard. If you exile a card from your opponent's graveyard... Oh, it's not target. You technically don't target. Okay, because it doesn't say exile target card. It's just exile a card. And because it doesn't say target, it's technically not targeting, I think. Oh, it can also only trigger once each turn. That's fine. Exile a card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, you may have Lazav become a copy of it until end of turn. Yeah, he grows infinitely as long as you can commit crimes. And becomes copies of creatures. But because they're +1/+1 counters, the creature that you copy still keeps the +1/+1 because counters stick to the card. So it doesn't matter. If this is a 1/4, it becomes a 2/5. But if you copy a 7/7, it's actually an 8/8 because it's still got the +1/+1. If you get what I mean. The +1/+1 is stuck to the card, not what the card is. And he can block 1/4. Yeah, he's not bad at blocking creatures are never really too good. Usually you want attacking creatures, unless you're playing specifically defensive. I guess, to be fair, this is in black, so you've probably got a bunch of destroy creature spells. Could just play defensive. Yeah, this is pretty good. The fact that you can only trigger it once each turn is a little bit annoying, but will scale to attack. Yeah. I don't think you're ever attacking with Lazov as Lazov. I think you're stealing cards from your graveyard or your opponent's graveyard and making Lazov into copies of it. But, I think this is good. I like the commit crimes mechanic. It's funny. Makes me laugh. Just touching any of your opponent's stuff is committing a crime. Love it. Lila, Undefeated Slick Shot. A 3 mana 3/3 with prowess. Okay. When you cast a multicolored instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that spell instead of putting it into your graveyard as it resolves. If you do, it becomes plotted. Okay. So this woman doubles up spells. This is pretty good. I mean, your opponent's going to know you have them because you've already cast them once. And I don't know what multicolored instant... I mean, this is the thing. Committing a crime is targeting your opponents, anything they control, or cards in their graveyard. And trust me, you might not have played with Magic players. That is exactly what a lot of Magic players would say is committing a crime to them personally. Like, the amount of times you're like, oh, I'm going to steal your creature. And they're like, oh, why me? Why my creature? And you're just like, bro, it's not that big a deal. Calm down. It's a card game. It's fine. But yeah, you are personally attacking anyone in Magic if you do anything to any of their cards. Unless it's a 1v1 game, and then, you know, it's understandable. But in multiplayer games, people in Magic get so tilted when you target them. It's funny. But yeah, so this woman, I don't know what multicolored instant or sorcery spells... I mean, we've seen mostly creatures. Is there any instant or sorcery spells we've seen? This. So that's 1. 2. Yeah, 2. So, currently she doesn't copy very much. But, if there is a good one, whenever you cast a multicolored instant or sorcery spell, instead of putting it in the graveyard, you exile it and it becomes plotted, which means next turn you can play it again. Yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to walk in, you have to actually commit crimes. You have to go, like, run outside of wherever you're having the pre-release and, like, slash someone's tires and then run back in and you've committed a crime. Oh, but yeah, this one, again, I don't think there's enough support in the set. Currently, we haven't seen any good multicolored instant or sorcery spells that you might want to copy in red-blue. There's a lot of red and blue single-colored cards, but this one specifies multicolored, so... probably not good enough. Make your own luck. 5 mana sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may exile an online card from among them. If you do, it becomes plotted. Put the rest into your hand. Wait, is this... Okay, it's a 5 mana draw 3, technically. Draw 2 and then plot one of them. Green can ramp. So this can come out before turn 5. This can come out like turn 3. And then I think this card is okay. Is Library the deck? Yes. Library is what you call your deck. So yeah, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Exile a non-land card from among them that becomes plotted. So you can't play it this turn, but you can play it next turn. And put the other 2 cards in your hand. And then next turn you play whatever you plot. There's the thing. If you plot something good, this is a great card. If the 3 cards you draw is land, 1 mana creature, it's crap. But it is draw. And green usually lacks draw, so this would probably be fine. I don't know. We'll see. I probably wouldn't run it. It can be, but it can also suck. I don't know. I might not run it, but I'd probably not run it and then really want it. OP Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed doesn't cost mana. This costs 5 mana. You're not playing this till turn... Well, if you ramp with green, turn 3 or 4, but... If you're not ramping, turn 5. I don't know. Right. Malcolm the Eyes. A 2 mana 2/2 flying haste. We're probably playing this because it's got flying. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, investigate. Create a clue token that you can sacrifice to draw a card. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. I like this. This is better. This is whenever you play 2 cards, you get something. These are the cards I kind of like. This is the card that... So you've got that zombie card that is whenever you play 2 cards, draw a card. I'm getting a lot of cards for turn 5. Yeah, I mean, this is not massively, but maybe, like, blue can draw 2 cards for 2 or 3 mana, usually. So, you're essentially drawing 2 cards for... You're paying 2 extra mana for whatever the card you plot is. So, as long as you plot something that costs 2 or more, that's great. But if you don't hit something that costs 2 or more, it's going to feel really fucking bad. But green doesn't have access to draw like blue does. So the fact that it's a green-blue and you get good... Like, green has access to that card, all they have to do is have a blue mana in there. I think it's playable. I don't think I'd play it, but I think it's certainly playable. For people who like draw more than I do. I'd rather have a big creature and just smash you in the face, but... If you like draw, then it's probably that one. Malcolm's good as well. We like Malcolm. He is just... He flies, he has haste, he comes down, hits your opponent, and then starts making that card advantage. We like Malcolm. What is your name? Marquesa, Dealer of Death? Okay. 3 mana for a 3/4. Wow, that's not bad. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1. And as we said, you're going to be committing in... I like the 6/5 dog from earlier. Well, remember, the 6/5 dog hits your opponent for 6. Like, this doesn't do damage. This is draw 3 cards. And one of them you can cast next turn guaranteed. This is your opponent went from 20 life to 14. And you drew 3 cards. And then next turn, they go from 14 to 8. And the turn after that, they go down to 2. And if they still haven't dealt with it, the turn after that, they're dead. That's why I prefer this. Because I want to kill my opponent. This is just drawing cards. This is not killing my opponent. This kills my opponent while I also draw cards. Yeah, the difference... Yeah. The difference is I would prefer the creature... like, for 5 mana, I'd prefer a creature to just draw. The draw is still good. But I want the creature. I'm one of those players. I just like the creatures. I want my creatures and I want to smash. So I would prefer taking a 5 mana big creature over 5 mana draw 3 cards and... Yeah. The draw is probably better, but I'd prefer to just have the creature just to hit people. And if the creature has draw in it, just that's a bonus. But obviously not every creature can have that. So yeah, Marquesa, Dealer of Death. So in blue, black, and red, you are going to be committing a crime every turn without trying. You're just gonna commit crimes by existing. So whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1 extra. If you do, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand and the other into your graveyard. This is good. This is... Again, I don't know how much support it's going to have in Limited, but this is... As long as you're doing things that blue, black, and red want to do, which is fuck with your opponent, which is all you're going to be doing, you have extra cards. Forever. Honestly, you might be doing so much crime, you might run out of cards and lose the game. But... For the time being, while you have this card on the field, your opponent is not going to be able to play the game. Because you're going to have so many cards in hand, you're going to be committing so much crime, your opponent's going to be crying. Mirim Herd Whisperer is a 2 mana 3/2. As long as your turn, mounts and vehicles have hexproof. Whenever a mount or vehicle you control attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. This is really good. This is really good. So, this is on your turn, your mount creatures. So we saw green and white is green and white are doing the mount thing. We saw that with this thing back here. What if your library is used up? If you try and draw a card and you don't have a card in your library to draw, you lose the game instantly. I don't know how it works in Yu-Gi-Oh, but if you run out of cards in your library in Magic, you lose the game if you try and draw a card. And there are certain situations where it doesn't, but the basic rule is if you can't draw a card because there's none left in your library, you lose the game instantly. And for limited, you only have 40 cards in a deck because the decks are much smaller. And this card, you can go through your deck real fast. But yeah, this card I like. This card, as we saw with the green-white flying one that you said would be good if you have lots of mount cards. All of your mount cards can no longer be targeted by your opponent on your turn. If they want to kill them, they have to do it on their own turn, which is a pain for control players because they can't play on their own turn. They can most kill spells are what we call instant speed, so you can play them in your opponent's turn. Control players love to play in their opponent's turn because generally control just has a bunch of instant speed stuff, so they don't have to do anything on their own turn. So this card says, haha, fuck you, now you have to play on your own turn. I love that. All about it. And it makes your stuff steadily bigger as well. I like this card a lot. Obeka Splitter of Seconds is a 4-mana 2/5. How can you play in your opponent's turn? Instant speed spells can be played at any time. So, even on your opponent's turn, if they say, I attack you with this creature... No. Magic has something called priority. So, when it's your turn, if you're just like playing a land, sure, whatever. But as soon as you do something, say, I cast this spell. Do you have anything you want to do to it? I can then say yes or no, depending on what I have in my hand. And then it'll either come into play or it won't if I did something to it. It's the same. If you attack me with a creature, I can say, I will destroy that creature with this instant speed destroy spell. And then your creature dies and nothing happens. But this creature means that when it's your turn, all of your mount creatures can't be messed with. So when you attack, your opponent can't blow them up so they don't deal them damage because they're all hexproof. Which is brilliant. I like that. Right. So Obeka Splitter of Seconds is a 2/5 menace for... Does the opponent know which card you're playing? Yeah, you have to show them. You cast it from your hand, so you show the card the effect. And like I said, so sorcery cards like this one, Make Your Own Luck, can only be played in your turn. Oh my god, we don't have any instants. 1 second. I'll go find an instant somewhere. Boop. Wrong one. There. Instant speeds. These you can play at any time. Usually they cost a little bit more for similar effects. So if, you know, there's deal 5 damage. For sorcery, that might cost you 3. For instant, it might cost you 4. Usually, instant speed spells cost more because you can do them at any time. But yeah, you have to reveal the card you're playing. Anyway, whenever Obeka Splitter of Seconds deals combat damage to a player, you get that many additional upkeep steps after this phase. How many trigger on up... actually, this triggers on upkeep. Wait. At the beginning of your upkeep. What are upkeeps? The start of your turn. It's actually a phase in Magic. The start of your turn is called your upkeep. I think it's upkeep, untap, draw are the 3 starting phases, and then you move into your first main phase where you can actually cast things. But because they are phases, instant speed spells can be played in them. But yeah, so this guy, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the cards. So if you have this guy and you attack with her and she dealt 2 damage, you get 2 extra upkeep phases. So this guy triggers 2 more times. So at the beginning of your turn, this guy would trigger, and then on combat, she would hit you, and then at the end of combat, you'd get 2 extra upkeeps, so this guy would trigger again and again. And then it would be the end of your turn. At the beginning of your turn, this guy triggers again. And if she hits them again, you trigger 2 more times. I don't know, I think if you get this card and you have a bunch of upkeep triggers, you probably just play it. But I don't know how many upkeep cards, apart from that one, because I remember this one. Apart from that one, I don't know how many upkeep cards we've seen. So, maybe she's good, maybe she's bad, I'm not sure. She has to attack, which probably makes her a bit worse. But she is a warlock, so the 2 mana removal doesn't hit her. She's okay. She's probably good, actually. She's probably very good, but I don't know what other upkeep stuff there is. Oko, the ringleader. Hello, Oko. So you're a 4 mana planeswalker with 3 loyalty. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Oko, the ringleader. We all remember the cowboy dog. Yes, we do. We do remember cowboy dog. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Oko the Ringleader becomes a copy of up to 1 target creature you control until end of turn, except he has hexproof. So he can attack. Cool. +1, draw 2 cards if you've committed a crime this turn. In green-blue, committing crimes isn't easy, but you discard a card, otherwise discard 2. Sure. And then for -1, so he can protect himself because he can make a green elk creature token. Sure. But he does go down to 2. Like, if you play him for 4 and then -1 him, he goes down to 2 and can just die to, like, shock or something. So that's not too bad. He's not as OP as he was the first time they printed this bastard. And then for -5, for each other non-land permanent you control, create a token that's a copy of that permanent. So essentially double your board. But you're probably not letting him get to 5. At least you're hopefully not. Comes down on turn 4. Goes to 4. He has to get through a whole turn. +1 to get to 5. And then another whole turn. And then -5. And that still kills him. You just double everything else. I mean, it's a Planeswalker. In Limited, Planeswalkers are really good all of the time. Because they're just good. They're just great value all of the time. I wasn't sure about the Jace. But Oko protects himself because he makes an elk creature token, so he's at least 4 mana, here's something you need to deal with, and a way that I can stop a creature from attacking it. He's probably good. Probably very good. But, again, I don't know what you'd want to copy with him. Or want him to become a copy of. But yeah, he's probably very good. Pillage the Bog is 2 mana, sorcery, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is twice the number of lands you control. You could. Well, no, because it's at the beginning of combat, and it's only until end of turn. Where is the guy? Also, he's a legendary creature, so you can't. Yeah, you can't. You can only have 1 copy of a legendary creature on the board, or else you have to destroy one of them. So you can't copy him because he's a legendary. Sadly. Anyway, Pillage the Bog. Look at the top X cards of your library. Commit an extra crime. Yeah, that's true. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is twice the number of lands you control. So when you play this, it's 2, so 4. Put 1 of them in the hand, and the rest of your bottom in the bottom of your library in a random order. I like this card. I like actually. 2 mana. Look at the top 4. 1 into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library. Sure. This is fine. It's cheap. So. And then you can plot it for 3 and do it later if you want. Yeah, I like this card. It's cheap and it just, you know, gets anything you want. Rakdos joins up. Hey Rakdos, how you doing, buddy? So your 5 mana, when it enters the battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. That's actually good. Whenever a legendary creature you control dies, Rakdos joins up, deals damage equal to that creature's power to target opponent. That's also very good. There have actually been a lot of legendary creatures in here, right? You could return Jasper Flint back from your graveyard, and he'd be a 6/5. Not bad. And then if he died, he'd deal 6 damage to your opponent. Actually, I quite like this one. It's just, you know, 5 mana is what you play to reanimate creatures. That's just what it costs. So this is 5 mana to reanimate with upside, and then if anything legendary dies, your opponent takes some punishment. I like this. Rakdos the Muscle. Oh. He is a 5 mana 6/5 flying trample. Already, I'm in love with this card. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, which in red and black you do all the time, exile cards equal to its mana value from the top of target player's library, which is probably your opponent. Until your next end step, you may play those cards, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those cards, so you're just stealing shit from your opponent. Sacrifice another creature, he becomes indestructible, which means the only way you can get rid of him is with exile. This card is stupidly good. Like, you play this, because it's, yeah, this card is insane. This card is nuts. So you play this as a 6/5, and if your opponent tries to do anything with Rakdos, you just sack a creature and take stuff from the top of their library. And say, no thanks, he's indestructible, and also yoink. And there's, Black has 1 mana, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards, which triggers this. So you 1 mana, sack a 4/4, you get to draw your 2 cards, and you get to mill your opponent for 4 and play anything you want. This card is insane. This card is nuts. If you have this card, you're just playing this card. This is the second set where Rakdos has been absolutely fucking insane. God, this card is strong. 6/5 dog is supreme. I mean, I think Rakdos is probably the best card we've seen. Riku of Many Paths. I remember Riku of 2 Reflections or something was a card I tried to make a commander deck around, and it was terrible. Looks like Riku's back. So he's a 3 mana 3/3. Whenever you cast a module spell, choose up to X, where X is the number of times you chose a mode for that spell. Okay, this is going to take some explaining. Module spells are these. So you see it has 2 separate modes. So if you played this one, you'd have to pay 2, then 3 and 4, because you're paying for both of the costs. And when that would happen, X would be 2, because X is the number of, because you chose 2 modes. So then you get to choose 2 from here. So every time you cast one of the module spells, you get to choose one of the things here for the number of modes you picked. And there is 1, 2, or 3 modes. And most module spells have 2 or 3 modes. Exile the top card of your library until the end of your turn. You may play it. Okay. Put a +1/+1 counter on Riku of the Many Paths. It gains trample until end of turn. Nice. So this guy gets bigger and hurts people. Or create a bird that flies. Probably that one. Probably that one every time. Yeah, I like Riku. If you're doing a mod, there's so many different decks you can do. Like Rakdos wants you to do like sacrifice. Riku wants you to do module. There's a bunch of support for the Outlaws. There's a bunch of crime support. Bunch of support for plotting. There's so much support for all of the different archetypes in this set. This set is going to be fucking great. So yeah, I like Riku. I don't know how good a full module deck would be, but if I get him, I'll try it and I'll tell you guys. Roxanne, Starfall, Savon. Okay. 5 mana for a 4/3. When Roxanne's Starfall Savant enters the battlefield or attacks, okay, so it triggers once at least, create a tapped colorless artifact token named Meteorite. With Meteorite, when Meteorite enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. 3 different... it can be. Because... So, the way mana works in Magic is it comes in 5 colors. Blue, green, red, black, and white. And basic lands, which are what you're going to use most of the time, only have 1 color. So for green, it's a forest. For blue, it's an island. For red, it's a mountain. That, if you're playing this guy, it means you have to have all 3 basic land types in your deck. And you have to get all 3 basic land types out to play it. But there are lands that come with 2 colors. Sometimes. Probably at the end of this, we'll see them. So there's a chance it's not too hard to do. And also, generally, you want to be playing 2 colors anyway, because the colors are all good at different things. Yes. So if you're playing 2 colors, you would have to... What I would do is I'd probably say I'm playing green-red with all the 4 color things. All the 4 power things, and then I'd put 2 or 3 islands in, play this guy and any module card or any module cards I have, and if you get this out and do the module stuff, it's just extra stuff. Like splash, what they call splashing a 3rd color, where you put like 1 or 2 of the lands and maybe 1 of the 2 color lands that taps for that color, isn't too bad. Trying to make a deck that is, you know, even all 3 colors is difficult. But splashing with like a small amount of mana just for like 1 or 2 cards of a color, that's totally doable. And that's what you can do with Riku. Plus, this is about to fix all the problems as well. So, whenever this enters the battlefield or attacks, so it automatically triggers because you play it once, you create a Meteorite. What if you only get the splash at like turn 6? Then he sits in your hand until turn 6. There are ways to get around it, this being one of them. So yeah, this woman, when this card, when it enters the battlefield, you get a Meteorite that deals 2 damage to any target, and you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color. And whenever you tap an artifact token, so one of the Meteorites, for mana, it adds 1 extra mana. So with this woman, you can have all 5 colors if you want. So there are ways to get around it. In green earlier on, there was also a bunch of cards that had tap, add 1 mana of any color. So it's not that hard to get 3 colors. Going more than 3, probably difficult. But as long as you're splashing, I think Riku's doable. But yes, I like this card. This card is 5 mana for a 4/3. I forgot I'd taken the lid off. 5 mana for a 4/3 that makes an extra mana. That's not a dog. That's true, that is a cat. That makes it worse. But it's alright. It still does good stuff even though it's a cat. So we'll let it slide. Ruthless Lawbringer, the Vampire Assassin. 3 mana for a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. When you just do... I sent a donkey emoji. Apparently, I don't have that one. It did not show up. You may sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent. This is a good card. If you've got tokens, this just eats a token, destroys anything. This is removal staple to a creature. This is a good card. Satoru the Infiltrator. Okay. A 2 mana 2/3 with Menace. Whenever Satoru the Infiltrator and 1 or more other non-token creatures enter the battlefield under your control. If none of them were cast, or no mana was spent to cast them, draw a card. Menace is it has to be blocked by 2 creatures. One creature can't block it. It requires 2. This is weird. This is another. So this is another plot card. But yeah. So every time you play a creature that you plotted, you draw a card. And if you can plot this guy, he also draws you a card, but he doesn't have plot himself, so you have to plot him some other way. I mean, it's got card draw in it, sure, why not? It's a 2 mana 2/3 with Menace, good card. It's a bit weird, but I think it's good, yeah. Oh my god. Selvala Eager Trailblazer is a 4 mana 4/5 with Vigilance. Nice. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you create one of the mercenaries. And you can tap her, choose a colour, add 1 mana of that colour for each different power among creatures you control. So if you've got her out, she's a 4, and then you cast something else, she makes a mercenary which is a 1, so the following turn she at least taps for 2 mana of any colour. That's not bad. It's a bit weird. I mean, no, it's a 4 mana 4/5 with Vigilance that creates creatures. This is a good card. I'm looking at the choose a colour and add mana for that different, but I think she's just a good card by herself. The tapping to add mana is just upside. Or if you're playing a 3-colour deck again, you know, just an easy splash. Yeah, I think she's really good. I like this. Oh my god. Seraphic Steed. A 2 mana 2/2 with First Strike and lifelink. Wow. And whenever it attacks while saddled, you create a 3/3 white. This is insane. And but it does cost 4. It does have saddle 4. Which means you have to saddle it with a creature with power 4 or more. Which she can do. This card is really good if you can get it saddled. Although it doesn't have flying. So it is on the ground. And it's only a 2/2. It does have First Strike, though. I'm going to go to the bathroom again and I'm going to think about it. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Right. This is a good card. Yeah. Menace. Oh my. I'm sure you don't need me to remind you about it a little bit. So, First Strike is if this fights a creature that doesn't have First Strike, this deals damage to the creature before taking damage back. So if this blocks something, if this is blocked by something that has 2 toughness, or blocks something that has 2 toughness, and it doesn't have First Strike, this kills it before it, and doesn't take any damage in return. Lifelink is whenever it deals damage, it heals you, the player. And Vigilance, this doesn't have Vigilance, fine. First strike is fast as fuck. Yep. That's it. There's also double strike, which attacks in the first strike phase and in the normal phase, but we won't worry about that for now. We'll just stick with first strike. So this thing beats anything that has 2 toughness and heals you, and if you do saddle it, it starts pumping out 3/3 creatures with flying, which is just insane. But it doesn't have flying itself, so it's kind of stuck on the ground, so you're going to have a lot of things blocking it, or a lot of things that can block it. And it's also saddle 4. So you need a creature with power. Lifelink is the vamp thing, yes. Yeah, you need a creature with power 4 or more to saddle this thing. Not the spell shield. That's hexproof. You know what? Also, these are just like the eternal keywords. There's like so many keywords. Hexproof. Yeah. Magic gets very complicated. But I like this card. I mean, I like green. I like all of the green cards. All the green cards I've seen have been really good. I think this card is very good if you can get it going. I think it requires a little bit of effort to get it going, but I think if you do get it, it's just pumping out angels, which is gross. Yes. Slick Sequence. For 2 mana, Slick Sequence deals 2 damage to any target. If you've cast another spell this turn, draw a card. Haste it doesn't have summoning sickness, so it can attack right away. Or it can do stuff the turn it comes in. This is okay. This is good, actually. Well, yeah, this is good. It's 2 mana for 2 damage, which is too expensive. It should be 1 mana. But you do get to draw a card out of it. Like, if you essentially plot into this, so you play a plot card for free, and then you play this for 2. This is 2 mana to deal 2, draw a card, which is really nice. So this card is really good. But you have to play it with plot, or else this is like, you have to play a card first, then play this, and then it's like 4 mana and to deal 2, draw a card, and it's just, or 3 mana, I suppose. Yeah, I like this card, but you kind of need to plot with it, really. Tai Wakeen Perfect Shot. Okay. A 2 mana 2/3. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to a creature equal... Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to a creature equal to that creature's toughness, draw a card. Okay, so if you exactly kill something with a spell, you draw a card. Tap X tab. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player this turn, it deals that much damage plus X instead. Okay. Okay. So this is, if you use a spell to do exactly lethal damage, you draw a card. Exactly lethal damage to a creature, you draw a card. And if you have a big burn spell, it gets bigger. If you tap X and tap her. Or if you just have a normal burn spell, it makes it burn bigger. How good is that in limited? I don't know, because you probably won't have enough burn spells to make this good. I would say this is not great in limited, because you probably don't have the spells to support it, but this card looks cool. But I just don't think it's good enough in limited. I don't think it has the support. Yes, instance can be used in the opponent's turn. Vile Smasher, Gleeful Grenadier. 2 mana for a 3/2. Does some damage. Whenever another outlaw enters the battlefield under your control, he deals 1 damage to target opponent. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, lifelink is vampire, I guess. It is Cowboy Dobby, and he's hurting you. Yeah, I think this card's good, right? You play this guy, you just start vomiting out mercenaries and outlaws and yeah, so outlaws are assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks. Anytime you play one of those, he just hurts your opponent. And he's also a good attacker because he's a 2-mana 3/2. This is decent in aggro. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, turn 2, play this. Turn 3, your opponent takes some damage and you just start swinging. Yeah, I like this guy. This guy's good. Vraska joins up. I have seen this one. When Vraska joins up, enters the battlefield, put a death touch counter on each creature. Hey, a new keyword, death touch. On each creature you control. That's really good. This second part, whenever a legendary creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. There are actually quite a few legendary creatures, so maybe that comes in handy. But just the top card. I mean, in Limited, you get board stalled a lot. Imagine you're board stalled with your opponent. You play this. Every creature you control now has death touch. Turn them sideways. Your opponent's just fucking sad. This is very good in Limited just for that first text alone. You don't worry about the second text. 2 mana, everything you control has death touch. Very good. The rest of it, you don't worry about. I mean, the rest of it could be useful, but the rest of it... What's Death Touch? Death Touch is if the creature... just one shot. Any amount of damage the creature deals is enough to kill another creature. So if you had a 50-50 and it blocked a 1-1 with Death Touch, the 50-50 still dies. As does the 1-1, it gets smushed into oblivion, but the 50-50 still dies. It's usually like snakes and things that are like poisonous and stuff usually have the death touch mechanic because it's like, you know, they just have poison and it still kills you sort of thing. So yeah, this makes Spy TF2 backstab, sure. This makes every creature on your side of the field kill whatever blocks it or whatever it blocks. This is a very good card, I think. I don't really care about the second part. It's just, you know, the cherry on top. The first part is what you're picking this for, and I think you're picking this in Limited. A lot. Like every time. It's so good. All your creatures get Death Touch is really good. Unless there's a board wipe, and there's only one of those in white, so. And Vraska herself, who is a 3-mana 3/3 with Death Touch. Okay. Whenever a non-token creature an opponent controlled dies, you may pay... The second part seems really good. Of this one, well, it depends on how many legendary creatures you have, but there are a lot of legendary creatures, I suppose. It could be. It could be very good. But again, if you're not using legendary... because legendary creatures are so specific, you might not have any. But if you do have legendary creatures, then yes, this is very good. How many good legendaries are there? I don't know. But I will say, so you see the orange symbol after Gorgon Assassin. That means Vraska is a mythic rare, which means you are very unlikely to see her. I think it's 1 in every 14 packs is supposed to have a mythic rare. The golden symbol, is rare, which every pack has 1 rare card. The silver symbol is uncommon, and every pack has 4 uncommons. So the problem is, how many legendary creatures are rare, uncommon, or mythic? This is what you got to ask yourself. Because if all of them, or most of them, are rare or mythic, you're probably only going to have 2, 3, maybe 4 of them in your deck. So if you don't have them down when this comes in, or your opponent kills them, and usually legendary creatures are sort of your big bomb creatures, so your opponent's going to want to kill them anyway. This is the problem. I think you care more about the top than the top half of this card than the second half, but if you do have a legendary creature, the second half is very good. Right. Does any legendary benefit from drawing? Possibly, but I don't know. I'd have to go back and look through them all, and I'm not going to go all the way back. Not that I can think of, but there might be one. Anyway, Vraska the Silencer is a 3/3 for 3 with Death Touch. Whenever a non-token creature an opponent controlled dies, you may pay 1. If you do, return that card to the battlefield tapped under your control. It's a treasure artifact that you can sacrifice to add 1 mana of any color, and it loses all other card types. Okay. So essentially, Vraska is the Gorgon, who's going to turn all your non-token creatures to stone, and then we're going to use them to pay for things. Thanks. This is a really good card as well. This is value on top of your kill spells, which is always insane. So, yeah, Vraska is... I mean, she was obviously going to be insane, but yeah, Vraska is insane. Wrangler of the Damned is a 5 mana 1/4 with flash. So you can play it in your opponent's turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, create a 2/2 white spirit creature token with flying. Okay. This is pretty good. No, it's a non-token creature. It's still a creature, just not a token. Yeah, look at them all. They're all turned to stone. She turned them all to stone. But it's okay, because we can use that stone to pay for our magic cards. So we're fine. As long as she's on our side, we're fine. Yeah, Wrangler of the Damned. You flash it in at the end of your opponent's turn. And then you, at the beginning of your turn, non-token, yeah. And then at the beginning of your... So, yeah, this is probably fine. Because this is like a 5 mana... 3/6 that can give you more value if your opponent... This is another one of those, like, your opponent has to deal with it card. And I like cards like that. So this is probably pretty good. Oh, God. Wily... Oh, my God. What? How do you say that? Wily Duke? Atin Hero? Is a 3 mana 4/2 with Vigilance, and whenever he becomes tapped, you gain a life and draw a card. Okay. So you need a way to tap him, but he is good. Because he has Vigilance, which means he doesn't tap while attacking. So you actually have to come up with a way to tap him. Vigilance means that when you attack, he doesn't tap. So with this guy, the most common way to tap him would be you attack with him. When you attack, he would become tapped, you would gain a life and draw a card. But, because he's got Vigilance, he doesn't tap. So you have to come up with a different way to tap him. Which I think we've seen one. I think we've seen one way to tap this guy, but there might be other ways to tap him. I mean, he's good, I think. Yeah, I like him. Yeah, well, it's not that attack... Yeah, attack can't tap, yeah. You can still tap him for other things. So if we go back here... all the way back. Where is this guy? Have I gone too far? I think I've gone too far. Where was the guy that copied things? Here. Right. Non-token creatures you control have tap. Create a token that's a copy of target token you control that entered the battlefield this turn. So with this, because it's a non-token creature... you could tap him. You understand? So you can't attack with him. But, well, attacking doesn't cause him to tap. But you can tap him with other means. You just need to find something to tap him. And when you do, you gain a life and draw a card. He's also a 3-mana 4/2 that just beats ass because he's got vigilance. But yeah, I think you want to find a way to tap him. I think if you have a way to tap him regularly, he's a good card. If you don't, he's a 4-mana 4. He's a 3-mana 4/2 with vigilance. Sure. Right, we're on to artifacts. Oh my god, my throat. Ugh. The way it's written is attacking doesn't cause this card to tap, because tapping is kind of an effect that to show you have attacked with a creature, you usually you have to tap it. So vigilance is usually you don't have to tap the creature. Well, you don't tap the creature when you attack with it. But I think this one specifically, like, you can't tap it to attack. Which is usually a good thing, but for this guy, it's specifically a bad thing. I think this is the first time I've ever seen a card where I want it to tap, and it has vigilance and it doesn't. Which is very weird, but I do like it. I like the fact that they've put this in. It's just a bit weird, because I don't think I've ever seen a card like it. Anyway, Bandit's Hall. For 3 mana, it's an artifact. Whenever you commit a crime, put a loot counter on Bandit's Hall. You can only do that once a turn, sure. You can tap it to add 1 mana of any colour. Okay, sure. And you can tap 2 and tap it, remove 2 loot counters from it, draw a card. Okay. Yeah, as long as you're, regularly committing crimes. Red, blue, black, love this card. Smooths out your mana, lets you draw cards. I think this is good. In a crime deck, this is probably really good in Limited. Because you're not going to have access to all the really good cards. This is just good. I think I like this in Limited. Boombox. 2 mana for an artifact that you can tap 6 and tap. Destroy 1 target artifact, 1 target creature, and 1 target land. It's very expensive removal. If you don't have any other removal, maybe you play it because it blows up everything. Yeah. Vigilance, you don't tap the creature when you attack with it. Yes. To be fair, at this point, I've been talking for 5 hours straight. My throat's starting to get sore. But yeah, I don't think Boombox is a great card. You probably still run it if you don't have any other removal, but it's 6 mana. I suppose it does destroy an artifact, creature, and land. Maybe you run it. I don't know. I probably wouldn't run it, but maybe you do. Gold Pan. Okay. 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, you create a treasure token. Sure. So you can technically equip it the turn it comes in, and it gives the creature +1/+1. Mediocre at best. Lava Spur Boots. 1 mana. For equipped creature has +1/+0, haste, and ward. So not Swiftfoot Boots, but not bad. I'd play these. Yeah, I'd play these. These are good. I like these. I would play these. Even in Limited, I'd play these. Give anything haste and ward for 1 mana, I'd play these. Yeah. Big fan. Luxurious Locomotive. A 5 mana vehicle. When it attacks, create a treasure token for each creature that crewed it. And it can only be... okay. And it's crew 1. Those are some weird looking tabby. Well, these. tabbies. Is that a type of boot that I don't know? Tabby to me is a cat. Ninja tabbies. Oh, as in the boots from League. Yes. I don't know. With Ward, I think they're Merc Treads. I don't think they're tabbies. I think they're Merc Treads, not tabbies. Yeah. So this locomotive is sure. I don't care for this, but maybe if you need treasures, this does generate treasures. I don't like it. It's 5 mana for a 6/5 that doesn't do anything, I guess. It's only got crew 1, I suppose, so it's not hard to make it into a 6/5, but Mobile Homestead. A 2 mana 3/3. Mobile Homestead has haste as long as you control a mount. Whenever Mobile Homestead attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. Okay, I actually don't mind this. 5 of any mana, yes. Just stats. But it's not a creature unless you tap another creature and make it into a creature. That's what crew means. Tap any number of creatures you control with total power 1 or more. This vehicle becomes a creature until end of turn. So it's not a creature unless you give another creature's power to it. I mean, it is a lot of stats, but it just, I don't know. I've never liked vehicles, but this one might be good. To be fair, I like this Mobile Homestead. You have to crew 2, but it gets you land cards onto the battlefield. And you can probably just crew it when it comes in, because it'll have haste if you control a mount. I like this card. If you have mounts, I like this card. Oasis Gardener. Okay, yeah, it's a Scarecrow. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and add 1 mana of any colour. Sure, it's a 3 mana 2/2 that taps for mana. Great. It's a bit overpriced for a mana nerd. Green pays 1 or 2 for that, but sure. Red Rock Sentinel is a 3 mana 2/4 defender. Sacrifice a land, draw a card, and create a treasure token. That's not bad, actually. Like, later on in the game when you don't need all your lands, you could just chew up lands to draw cards, and then you still have treasure tokens that you can use to pay for things anyway. I mean, it's only a 3 mana 2/4, and it's got defender, so it's not good. But yeah, if you don't have good card draw, maybe this is how you're drawing cards. Silver Deputy. Okay, a 2 mana 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card or a desert. Reveal it and shuffle it and put it on top. Probably fine. Well, the crew number depends, but yes. So this is like one of the mercenary tokens. It has the same ability as the mercenary tokens, but it also lets you search for a land. Maybe this is good if you're playing like 3 colors and you need to go looking for a basic land or desert. I think I like this card. I don't think it's good. Maybe I'd play like 1, but I don't think it's particularly good. Sterling Hound. Eugene, it's a doggo! Although, it's an artifact doggo and it looks a bit weird. Still, it's 3 mana 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, you surveil 2. A 3 mana 3/2, sorry, not a 1/2. It's not good, but it's a dog, so I'll give it a pass. It's the bestest of boys. Tomb Trawler. Okay. A 2 mana 0/4. Put type. Okay. There's usually one of these. It's a penguin. Yep. There's one of these in most sets, and they're always meh.
Ooh, the deserts. There you go. Here's the 2-color lands. And they do 1 damage when they enter. Okay. So I'm assuming we have a desert for everything. So white-red desert. Ooh. Arid Archway enters the battlefield tapped. When Arid Archway enters the battlefield, return a land you control to its owner's hand. If another desert was returned this way, surveil 1. And you can add 2 colorless with it. Yeah. Yeah, the 2-color ones, you can choose the color of mana you get. So that's why the 2-color ones are pretty good. This one only gives colorless mana. And you have to bounce a land back to your hand. I mean, maybe that's still good. I don't know. I'd probably still take it just because it's a desert. If the deserts are all common as well, we should get lots of deserts for your desert deck. There's the green-red desert. Conduit pylons. When it enters, surveil 1, add a colorless, or tap something else and tap this to add 1 mana of any color. That's pretty standard. I like the surveil. That's not standard, but the add 1 mana of any color for exchange is usually... There's the 2-color green-red, blue, yeah. Yeah, so there's 1 of every color, pretty much. Every color combo. Mirage Messer enters the battlefield tapped. As it enters, choose a color. Add 1 mana of the chosen color. Okay, so this is whatever land you want it to be. Sandstorm Verge. So you tap it for colorless, or for 3, target creature can't block this turn. This is alright. I like this. Another 2-color land. The Ranch. Add colorless. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this only to cast mount spells. Oh, so this is like the Mount Desert card. Look at the... Are these new concepts with multi... No. There's lots of multicolored lands. Usually they have different effects. Some can be turned into creatures. Some have 3 colors instead of 2 colors. Some... If not, then the type of colors. Yes. There might be some other lands later on that are slightly different. But some, they all do different things. Some can come into play untapped. Because you see these all enter the battlefield tapped. That means you can't use them the turn you play them. Because you tap lands to generate the mana with them. That's obviously what this tap symbol means. So when you play this card, because it enters tapped, you can't use it. There are other 2-color lands that come into play untapped if you meet certain requirements. Being like, if you control less than 3 lands, if you control more than 3 lands, if you pay 2 life, all manner of different things. So yeah, there's been a lot of these sort of cards. Anyway, so we were at this one. Tap 3, tap, look at the top card of your library. If it's a mount card, reveal it and put it to your hand. If you don't, you may put it on the bottom of your library. That's pretty good if you're running a lot of mounts. It's just an extra card draw. There you go. So these are the rare ones. So here's another 2-color land, and it enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or fewer other lands. So this one always enters the battlefield tapped, deals 1 damage to your opponent, and you can make green or black. This one enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or fewer lands, and you can still make it blue, green or black. And these are rare. These are common. So, yeah. There's another rare one, another one, and another one. And these are the base lands. So we've done it. We've got through all of the cards. These are the full art ones. What do I think of the full art ones? I like the plains. The plains is good. I like the island. I like the swamp, but my partner's going to say there's too much green in there and he confuses it for a forest. I like the mountain. Oh no, the forest looks... There's no way you confuse these two. There is no way. And that's it. We're done. What was that? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 5 hours, 45 minutes of talking through all of these cards. My throat hurts a lot. But we've done it. These are all the cards that should be coming out next Saturday. Well, the pre-release is next Saturday. And then they'll probably go live on... Thank you, Eugene. But as I've said before, I would never ask that for... I don't like doing that sort of thing, because when I watch other streamers and video people do it and they ask everyone to like and subscribe and all the rest of it, I feel like it ruins and interrupts the flow of the video. But thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for doing it for me, Eugene. That's very kind of you. So tomorrow we are off for the day, because it's our day off and we're going to laze around the house and probably not even put on clothes for the day. It's going to be great. And then Monday we are back with more Batman. Monday's Batman, Tuesday's Pokemon, Thursday Fallout. Friday next week we should probably do more Magic, but because I'm also doing the pre-release, I might not do Magic. I might do League a little bit, because I don't want to overload on Magic for the whole day. And then Saturday next week, I think we're doing Roblox. Yeah, we're doing Roblox because some people requested Roblox. We'll try that out next week. But yeah, thank you everyone who came and watched the videos. Thank you if you watch the videos afterwards where I'm reviewing everything and on YouTube. And hopefully I will see everybody next week. Please do a Rams. All right, we'll maybe change it up and we'll skip the Friday and we'll skip the Magic on Friday and we'll do a Rams. It might not be a full length stream again because we do need to go out on Fridays. No, actually, no, we'll be fine. Yeah, we'll do some Rams on Friday, and then after that I'll go and play Magic all afternoon. So it's fine. I'll still get my Magic fix. But anyway, I will see everybody later. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you enjoy your weekend. See you next week. Bye.